council meeting from the 23rd of May, and now's the 29th of May, and we'll call for apologies, but there's no apologies, but we do have Councillor Hooper who is zooming in today. Welcome, Phil. You can hear us all right, I assume, and we can see you. Great. Extraordinary business. I know of none. Declarations of interest on the agenda today. And we'll move on to the first item, item 4, which is the financial information, and is on page 2 of your agenda. Who's taking us through this? Is it Erin? Leanne? Any further you wish to add to what we've got there, or just go to questions?
Happy to take questions, thank you.
Questions, okay. Caroline.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the time it's taken to prepare this document. We all are in awe of your abilities in that department. My first question, I've got 2 questions, please, Mr. Mayor. The first one relates to how much is remaining in the reserve account, the forestry reserve specifically, after taking it out for the long term, please.
Through the chair, just to clarify, are you meaning at the beginning of this plan or after the plan?
I'm meaning at the beginning of year 4. We're taking out 4 million year 1, 2 and 3. So at the beginning of year 4, how much is left in the forestry reserve?
Perhaps you'd like to start with right now and then the year 4 one as well.
Okay, can I come back to you with an answer on that one?
Sure. And my next question is, there's also some contributors in year 1 to 10, comp art relief. What is that, please? I'm on page 5.
Hang on, I've just got to get to it. Comp art relief. Through the chair, if I recall correctly, that is us. We transitioned how we were charging the internal lease to the Art Gallery Museum. I think that's the one it's referring to. And so we use some of the property reserve to cover that as we transition to a new way of doing things, trying so that it didn't smack bang onto the rates immediately. We've moved to and we talked about this in one of our earlier workshops, we've moved to a cost recovery basis of all our leases, all our internal leases, and this was one of the impacts where it was covering operational costs, depreciation, etc. But when we did it in the first hit, it took a really big hit to the art gallery, which was a direct hit on rates.
I don't really follow that. So we're changing, or can someone just...
I'm trying to think how I can explain that better.
Just what do you think about that? Could we have while you're looking at reserves, could we have a look at all our reserves, just not those, because I've got questions on what our reserves are. So if you're in the reserves, but not for now, but just following on from Councillor Camerons, if you're getting reserves up, we'll have a look at all the reserves.
I don't have that complete at this moment in time for this particular workshop.
It'll be in the annual report.
For the annual report, we have got the opening, what it is at 30 June, so would that be, that would suffice?
Yep.
Correct, and I think that was on Stella somewhere, because I do recall looking at the forestry one at the time and talking it through on one of our workshops. Going back to the comp, using the art gallery, so when we did the calculations based on actual costs of the property who are the landlord of the Art Gallery Museum, just in the way they're the landlord of the sports centre, moving to the new way of doing it, which was, in our opinion, the correct way, reflecting all costs, it drove the internal lease up significantly. That had a direct impact on rates. So we used property reserve to impact that and phase that in over the 3 years. Does that make sense?
So what happens in year 4?
Year 4, it will go up. You'll see that impact of full recovery, unless council instructs us different. So we've phased it in.
So can you give me a ballpark, please, Leanne, of what the full recovery would be?
No, I can't. I think the year 3 was 100 subsidy, 100, so
150.
that will disappear.
So there'll be 150,000 going on to rates to cover for the internal lease of the Art Gallery Museum
It has gone on in the draft LTP that's already been reflected.
in year 4 onward.
Correct, yes.
150k.
Correct.
Through Mr Mayor, I wanted to just further to that, Leanne, you could explain the other half of that transaction. So what happens to the money the ratepayer is paying for that new lease? What happens to the revenue?
Through the chair, it's not an external revenue. It's an internal movement between the property reserves. So the rates that they'll pay in year 4 are covering the operational cost of running that building.
Yes, but I think what we heard you say was that the change to the new way of charging the lease was a direct impact on rates. So what happens to the revenue from that impact on rates?
Got you. So the revenue from that rates is covering the actual cost. What was happening in the past was...
Where does it go is what I mean. What happens to that revenue?
The revenue goes to the commercial arm of property to cover the direct costs that they incur for that building. So it's recovering the cost to run that building. In the past, the property reserve was actually just subsidising it because it was never broken out to that level.
Can I ask just one wee point clarification? So you mean direct costs? Does that mean electricity, lighting, that sort of thing? Or does that mean staff? Or does that mean ground rent and depreciating the building?
A combination of maintenance on that building, the people that have to put their time in, so property team, depreciation, electricity is a direct cost in the art gallery, so no, not that. It's the maintenance
so it's not
type.
revenue that's going to go in a different pot in the council. It's actually going to be spent on things.
Correct. So the
spent
direct
money.
costs sit in property, and they recover that.
Okay.
I think, councillors, the way I'm understanding that is that in correcting the way in which the lease is charged to the art gallery, that impacts ratepayers because the art gallery is funded by rates, and the property reserve will increase by the amount that is paid. So somewhere else in council's books, there is additional revenue that is available to council to utilise on whatever that property reserve is able to spend money on. So you must then have consequential revenue to the same extent as this charge, because if it was being not charged previously and subsidised by someone else, then that's just simply being corrected. So that reserve has to be greater by the amount of this this transfer.
Councillor Wilson.
Mr Mayor, in this, at the moment, are we discussing, because obviously some of the decisions to be made today, we want to delve into the costs that's associated with them. So are we doing them at a later date, or, so a later part of the meeting, or is this...
I think we can do them now because we're on financial now, but if we've missed anything and we get through the rest of it, we sum up at the end if you wish.
Okay, so I've got my first question is on the debt level. Do we have available to see what it's, to me, the change between what we had before, we consulted on what we've got now is the important thing, because we've obviously gone out to the public at a certain point and now the change. So I'd like to understand the changes we've made to the debt, because obviously we've pushed a few things later and changed a few things around. It'd be good to see an overlay or some way of comparing the two, because that's the important factor rather than the total debt's important, but the changes that we've made is the important thing. Is almost what we're discussing, isn't it?
Yeah, on page 3 is the debts there and projected forward as well.
Yeah, page 3 isn't that the debt? That's the debt that we have now with the changes, but what was the debt before the changes? Because the big change we made was the EA Centre and how we shifted the funding of it. We pushed it out further and we took out the Timor pool, so that was, I'm just interested to see that those numbers are showing up here so we can...
We haven't changed the funding on EA Network Centre that I'm aware of.
We've pushed it out further.
Yes, I understand the question, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure if we have readily available the debt profile in the same form that we we went out to consultation on, but we'll have a look for that. We've got people now starting to scramble to answer each question and find information. So if you just bear with us while we try and answer each question as we go. I think the impression that this page 3 is, the important thing, if you like, is you can see what is happening to debt. You can see that by year 10 under this plan, debt is less than it is going to be in year 1. So while we are thinking carefully about debt, you can get the impression of what debt is doing in relation to the things being proposed in this particular plan. And debt is relatively similar from the annual plan for the year we're currently in, at 148, to the year 10 projection of 150. So that's the sort of impression we're trying to leave. And while it's not showing on this map, and it might be a question you have, we know that these debt levels are within the LGFA covenants for our borrowing capacity.
Liz, is your question just on this debt, on this one?
No, it's not.
Okay, if you hold it, if I just have a question first, then you would come to your one. On the debt, annual plan 2023, which was last year, of 144 million debt, does the annual plan say that? The annual report, sorry, say that?
Through the chair, I would surmise not, because your annual plan is what we anticipate to spend and get to, and that assumes we spend 100% of the CapEx program. The annual report is actual debt. And
So I said the wrong thing. It should, the annual report, 2023's been and gone. So is the debt in, total debt in the annual report 23, 144?
through the chair, no, because that will be the actual. And off the top of my head, I want to say it was something like 100 and I can't remember if it was 85 or 105.
Correct.
That is
Somewhere
not.
around that.
Yes, it was. The annual, we compare as per our requirements against annual plans and annual reports are actual, and we typically are lower because we don't spend all our capital, which is the majority of debt.
Yeah. So when we have an actual, why don't we use an actual when we have one? Era?
Through the chair. So what happens with the long-term plan is we take what our debt is in our annual report, and then we work through what the projected debt will be when we finish at 30 June 24, which is this year. So we have to factor that into what we would think our starting point will be for the long-term plan. So these particular graphs show what in the annual plans and the LTP the debt was, the green ones is what it was projected to be at the end of the year, and then the blue shows what it's projected to be in the future if all projects were completed and funded through debt.
Yeah. So would you not start with an actual figure that you know? And if not, why not?
Through the chair, because this year hasn't happened. So we're currently in a year, so we project what we think this year is going to finish like this. We haven't done our annual report.
We have done 23. It's done.
Yes, and so Erin uses those actual figures plus what she projects is going to happen in this year that we're in. We've got this whole year that we're sitting in right now, 1 July 23 to 30 June 24. That doesn't exist anywhere for actuals, only for an annual plan. This reporting with the green and blue is actually our requirements.
Yeah. So the first green graph, the first green bar is 23. It's done and dusted. We've got an annual report with that. We've got a figure in an annual report, but it doesn't match that figure. Correct. We should use that. I believe we should use that because that's an actual figure for starting on.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Mayor. We could easily add a bar to this graph to show the actual at the end of 30 June 23. It would be then a reference point for that chart. The balance of the chart, however, would be exactly as it is now. And in terms of thinking about this long-term plan and its impact on debt, then it'll be exactly the same as you're seeing here now. So there could be one extra green thing to show the actual at 30 June 23. The rest of this chart will be exactly the same and leave you exactly the same impression as to the impact that the long-term plan is having on debt.
Yeah.
We have to keep in mind too, when we're working on this plan, that this is a projected guess at a point in time. So it's the best guess based on the information that we have available. So when we're talking about debt that's been set, say for the annual plan 24, that relates to capital spend, for example, we also have to factor in a percentage that may not take place when we're thinking about our opening position for what the debt will be in their long-term plan. And it is, as we say, it's the best that we can do with what we know at the time.
Yeah, and it should be a best estimate, I think is better than a guess. Better word. And if all our figures are correct going through and they've been budgeted correctly, then it should be very close to the estimate, unless something happens on the way through. As,
Correct.
Yes, it is definitely the best calculation we're able to do. And then as our capacity to complete capital works, as our tendering processes indicates work costs differently to our budgets, etc., it will always vary from the best projections we can do.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question on debt. Can you just remind me, and I apologise for not remembering, where is the $7.5 million for the bridge in here? What year?
It's through the chair, I believe that's year, it starts in year 2 and 3. There might be a bit of design in year 1. Yeah, a little bit of design year 1, the majority year 2 and 3.
And that $7.5 million, which may or may not be what we end up spending, if we end up spending more, for example, presumably our finance costs will reflect that. At the moment, the highest is 12.4 in year 5. Is that when everything is in? That's the $7.5 million of the bridge and everything sort of fully loaded. There's obviously no EA extension in that 24 million. You know, the netball. So that's just the whole.
There is? Yes.
Oh, there is.
Through the chair, because years 7 to 9 is where we got asked to put the 23 point
Yeah, but
something.
I'm looking at year 5.
Oh, sorry. So at year 5, no, it doesn't have that.
Year 7 to 9.
Correct. So
So
in year,
I want to understand why it peaks there.
remembering that there's loans that already exist,
Yes.
and there'll be loans that are being paid
they all
off.
culminate in the.
They just keep going, and finances are working through, projecting our payment plan and how our debt will end.
Can you remind me of the local government NZ recommendations for the maximum percentage repayment as a proportion of our total rate revenue? Is that like 20%?
We have a cap, not a recommendation. We have to ensure that our interest cost does not exceed 20% of our revenue. I think off the top of my head, it might be 25.
25.
25, I think, actually. There's different calculations for different things.
Depending on what we pay for the bridge, we will be near that cap, I'm guessing, with the bridge,
I think
depending on what we pay. If we pay the full
100%,
bridge, we'll
so-
be well over the cap, yeah.
100%. But there is no issue with headroom for additional debt. There is capacity to borrow more for the bridge or anything else. The real issue is the capacity of the community to repay it.
That's my question, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's an open-ended
We don't know.
question where council needs to take into account the ability of the community to afford all sorts of things, including debt repayments. There isn't an issue with the ability for council to borrow the money at
No.
the moment. The
No.
issue is the affordability of repayment.
Yeah,
So they're two very different things. And when we talk about our debt levels and the covenant with the LGFA, we are well within that.
yeah, I'm looking at the finance cost as a percentage of our revenue, so I'm only looking at the repayment because I looked at how much we can borrow in preparation for the meeting, so I'm aware of that, but I think we just need to be cognizant of the fact that we might be getting near the top if we put the ability to
But-
repay.
But I think the way to, well, yes, that's a different thing. But
Yeah.
in terms of the covenant, again, at the peak of percentage of costs against total rates, as you say, year 5 is 12.4%. And I just need to stand corrected on whether the covenant is 25 or 20%. But either way, that shows you that we're about half. And that's on the basis of 188 million. So
Yeah,
we
and say
can
we borrow
borrow
another.
significantly more
Yeah.
money and keep within our covenants. That doesn't mean the community can afford to repay that debt.
That's right.
And that's the judgment call that only, in the end, council is charged with.
And that's why I'm raising it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point.
Councillor Wilson?
I'm probably, it's further than the question on debt. I'm looking at what we put out to the public, in the long-term plan documents, and total current liabilities. So it's within the document. It says total liabilities, debt goes out to, and ends at 150 odd million or something, but we're only at 130. I'm just trying to, what we told the public, I think it said it ended at 130 and we've got 150 here. So the two numbers, that's fine, but I have no context to what we said we're going to do. That's what I'm really struggling with. You know what I mean? To make any...
I think we're trying to look that up for you now.
Yeah.
We understand the question.
Just going back to debt to revenue, debt limit to total revenue is 20%. Have I got them the right way around? And to rates is, no, to total revenue is 25%, to rates is 20. I just had it and now I've gone and dropped it again. Two different measures, which is why we jump.
And total revenue could include borrowing.
No, it can't include borrowing because debt is not a income. Thank you. So 20% of council's total revenue. So if let's say we get subsidised for those 2 years for the bridge, our revenue is going to jump quite a lot. And then it's 25% of rates revenue. And then you've got, and then we have our net debt cannot exceed 250% of total revenue.
Richard?
So is that external debt is non-current liabilities? Is that what it is?
External debt will be a combination of non-current and current, depending on which pieces we're paying.
Okay. I probably can't make comments. I can't compare to what we were. So.
Yeah, Ewan, have you got some figures now? Or? Okay.
Yes, through the chair. So at 30 June, our separate and special reserves total was 426 million. That's not including the ratepayers' equity part of the equation. And also our opening, for the LTP opening, we had projected 4.2 million for the forestry reserve as the opening balance, and the closing at 30 June 23 was 8.5 million.
On the forestry account.
Yes.
So what caused the forestry account to increase over those years when we've taken several millions out?
So what with the forestry reserve, increases relate to like sales of forestry blocks, any kind of sale or management service that's run through that particular activity.
If we must be in the forestry budget, which you'll have, Caroline, you brought the big one in, projected into years whatever for some forestry blocks to be harvested, no doubt. I don't think so.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, Tony?
Thank you. Through the chair, just to Councillor Wilson's question about what we consulted the community on around our total external gross debt. We talked to the community through the consultation document that our debt will peak at 197 million in 2029-30, and that'll drop to 151 million by 2033-34. And also that even at peak debt in 29-30, we will have room to borrow 138 million if we have to.
So just
I wonder if you just repeat those numbers, Tony. I'm just trying, because what I'm doing is
yep.
seeing how the change in year 5 with the move of the stadium extension has impacted the debt, because that's what I would expect to see, some sort of alteration between year 5 and year 7.
Sure thing. So we talked to the community about debt will peak at 197 million in 29-30.
That's year... Is that year 5? Feels like year 5.
Yes, year 5, sorry. Yep, should have put that line in the graph.
Yep.
And then it will drop to 151 million by the end of the 10-year period, so 33-34.
6.
So that's down to 100.
So that debt now it's got to be pushed forward another 2 years. Has it been done on that graph?
I'll go for you.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
So that debt was for the stadium extension was in year 5, was it? Whatever year it was in. Now we've pushed that out to year 7. Has that been reflected in this graph here?
Yes, that has been reflected.
Just, I was still on reserves. So what, you tell us what's in the forestry reserve. What's in the reserve contributions account reserve? Development contribution, reserve contributions.
Last week, it was quoted at being about $7 million.
The annual report doesn't say that.
So the figure that Tony is referencing would be the projected opening balance in the reserve for the LTP. So there's movement between what happens in 30 June 23 to what happens at the start of the annual plan's dates of 1st of July 24.
So what's the reserve contributions, development contributions balance in the annual report? The last annual report. And also what's the property reserve in the annual report and the dividend account reserve in the annual report?
So all of those reserves for 30 June 2023 are on Stella, but I'm not sure where, but we'll just go to the annual report because we clearly don't have those in our head.
We had the annual report, we've had 3,000 pages.
Yeah,
Just
no, I appreciate
can't go
that.
straight to it.
No, we had a reserve standalone report somewhere. We're just looking that up now.
So through the chair, at 30 June 2023, the reserve contributions account had 6.4 million closing balance. And what were the other ones that you were asking, sorry?
Property reserve?
Through the chair, the property reserve had 33 million as a balance at the closing of 30 June 23.
So where, is that cash?
I'm trying to think how to answer that.
Yes or no?
Forestry should be because it doesn't, and property and technically should be because it doesn't have revaluations in those accounts. However, what I cannot confirm is the whole life history of that, so I can't answer that 100%. When we do sale of property, we put into that reserve our net gain on property, which is cash, but I couldn't unpick what's been in that reserve for the last 20 plus years.
Yeah, so it's good. And the dividend account, what's in that one?
Just saw that. 12.8 million.
And that's cash?
That is cash. Recognising again the conversation we have when we talk about internal and external debt, we don't draw down our debt, external debt till at least the end of the year, and we draw it down because we need the cash. So some of this cash is used for internal activities in between us drawing down debt. So our cash in the bank is whatever our bank statement, whatever our balance sheet states at that moment in time.
So the monthly variance reports we get, it has a total of the figures of what we have cash in the bank, and I don't think it adds up to those figures.
No,
And we don't have any internal debt at the moment. It's been all transferred to external.
It never will, Mr Mayor, and I think there is the conversation here is about a different definition of cash.
Right.
I think when Leanne says those reserves are cash, that doesn't mean they translate to cash in the bank. That is not the same definition of cash.
Yeah.
So they have been generated by financial money transactions, but that doesn't mean that they're not banked separately and an account sitting there directly holding that amount of money.
Richard?
Would it be fair to say that the numbers up there are external debt, which is the debt we owe to the bank, effectively for simple terms? If we reduce our reserves, all we're doing is increasing our debt we're borrowing we're just shifting the deck chairs effectively, but when we by subsidising our rates all we're doing is increasing our debt at the end of the day. Is that correct? Because we have to find that if we're going to subsidise the rates, is what we're effectively doing by using internal reserves, we're reducing the amount of ratepayers, money we need to bring in, therefore we're taking from account here. It's not cash, we just have to, it's just shuffling the deck chairs effectively, and it ends up, we just have to borrow the money. So of the reserves of, I think it's 6.44 million in year one, that we're looking to contributors and use to reduce rates, that 6.44 million isn't just sitting in a bank account doing nothing. It's effectively part of our total debt, internal and external package.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct, as I understand it. But part of it is cash, so it's not a dollar for dollar impact on debt.
But if you looked at the 180 million or 140 million dollars debt, that's taken that into account already because it's external debt less the cash we have. It's a total amount of debt.
I see it the same way. Yeah.
Councillor Cameron?
Yeah, I see that. As I understood, we were told we borrow, we don't borrow per event or item, we borrow what we need for the whole business as a whole. So I see it like that as well. But my next question, what is the actual cash, like money, like dollars, rather than pretend money?
While Erin's just looking for that one, some of that up there isn't pretend money because your interest and dividends is what we project to earn this year or each year.
Yeah.
So that is real cash. The forestry reserve, we are looking at what we're bringing in. So and if you look at our financial strategy, we've always said our commercial activities like this are to help reduce the impact of rates. I mean, that's why we have these businesses. That's why we have ACL. That's why we have a forest reserve, etc., is to bring in an income, generate an income that helps our ratepayers.
I think my question, and I'm sure a lot of other people around the table are thinking, are we depleting our forestry reserve so much that we will not have it in the future to generate a $2 million income?
Absolutely, you're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's my question.
And I think you discussed through the workshops the reliance on these reserves wasn't something that could happen to this level every year for 10 years, but in a year where you were trying to reduce the impact of debt to make up shortfall in cash, you were happy to change that piece and to transition to less reliance on reserves. And you can see that on page 5, that the use of the reserves in year 1 is very different to the use of reserves in year 4. And that is having an impact, clearly, on rates across the LTP.
Yeah, totally agree with that. But we also need to make sure, and this is a conversation for another day, Chair, so please forgive me, that there is money there to reinvest, to generate those reserves for our grandchildren, if we're lucky enough to get them, or our great-grandchildren or whatever. I don't think we can deplete it so much that we're down to 100,000 and we can't plant the forestry block down the road. I think that has to be a weights and measures sort of thing.
Correct. And again, if you look at those reserves on page 5 onwards, we're looking at only using our interest and dividends, which is a renewable income every year, as opposed to drawing down on reserves. And if I recall correctly, when we presented and talked through the forestry activity, we did say we were going into a quiet 10-year period, and that was quite important that we looked at how we managed those reserves. Hence, there's no reflection, not because we've run out, but because we didn't want to run out of reserves through those latter years.
Good thing about forestry, it does keep growing. But Leanne, you just said forestry over the next 10 years having a quiet time, but the account is increasing quite a bit.
Oh, okay. Yep, I will rephrase that. It is a quieter time to the last couple of years that we've just had. We've had quite a few harvests in the last few years. The next 10 years, there appears, when I looked at the budget, the projections, there were less harvests than what we've just come out of.
Still some.
Still harvesting, but it didn't look, we weren't generating. Last year, for instance, we generated quite a high revenue, and we're still generating that in this current year. The next few years, we don't appear to have such a big forest as what we've just harvested with that revenue.
So looking forward for the next 10 years, you're very confident you'll achieve those numbers?
I have no reason to believe otherwise.
So the confidence is there. Questions, councillors? I do have one. It's on the first page of the decisions, whatever decisions we make today, the rates could lift to 13.2%. In that figure, have you taken out the outdoor pool at the EA Network Centre, which we said we would not fund?
Yes, that figure reflects all the decisions made last week, and the starting figure is just the decisions made last week, and the 13.2 are reflecting them possible decisions for today.
So to come up with a 13.2, what have we got in for Balmoral Hall?
Through the chair. If I look at that, we've got the, we've allowed for retaining Balmoral Hall, so that means doing the 1.3 million refurb. We've allowed for demolishing the Polytech site, forfeiting income from sales, property sales, and building a sealed car park, and then we allowed for that potential of a council decision whether we wanted to add in a, when we built the car park we wanted to think future and add in for EV charging.
And that totals about 3 million,
That totals, one moment,
roughly 3.
1.2. 1.2. Just there. 1.2.
apologies, I've looked at so many numbers in the last few days.
Have we?
I can appreciate that.
Know how you feel.
No, that's for 1.2.
Oh, I'll go to my spreadsheet. See? 1.9 plus 2.3, 4.2. 4.2 mil.
Right. So taking out the outdoor pool at EA Network Centre, what did that save us in rates?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that number on me.
It was a $3.1 million exercise.
Oh, yes. Yep, 1 minute.
So the 9.9 would have gone down if we did nothing else. We took that out to what?
Not year one though, Mr.
No,
Mayor,
it was
because
never year one.
We weren't allowing to start repaying the debt until year two. So taking out a capital project in year one has little effect on rates in that year.
Okay.
Correct.
So if we put Balmoral Hall in at 4 million, what effect does that have in year one? If we put it in?
Through the chair, so just looking at that right now, so we're talking about the cost of just the hall, or,
I know if we looked
Everything?
at the whole project that we're looking at now.
so the whole project of retaining Balmoral Hall, demolishing a Polytech site, building a car park and adding in the EV charging increased our our rates by 1.57% in year one.
That's a capital project, is it not?
Yes, but there's still going to be the cost of debt because we have to start that work immediately. We have to start demolishing immediately. So I've started the work from year one in my calculations. Because we're going to lose income.
I'm just trying to match these two up. We were going to build in the proposal, we were going to build a pool at, outdoor pool at EA Networks, 3.1 million. And we're going to start that in year one. So it's a capital project, so it doesn't cost anything until year two. We're going to start, then we now move to Balmoral Hall. If we spent 4-point-something million to demolish and whatever, it's a capital project. So why does that incur rates in year one when the building a pool at EA Networks doesn't?
Through the chair, we immediately lose income because we won't be selling. We can't do any of the work until we demolish or take the hall out of action. So with the pool, my recollection is that we were using year one to do some of that design prep. We didn't draw the whole 1.3 million down in year one. That was staged.
Yeah.
In my calculations for this one, I have assumed the borrowing of the 1.3, the demolition of 437, and the building a sealed car park of 1.89, plus 73 for the, I've assumed it all starting in year one. That I could be over-optimistic, and high probability it is, but I also recall that when we started incurring the interest at the end of a year, we also got challenged, so it was kind of hard to know which way you wanted us to go.
It's just knowing, the key thing is knowing which figures you've used, which way you're directing us is the key thing.
So I've assumed this starting in 1 July 2024.
Richard? It's looking at this spreadsheet here. Now, I don't want to not delving down into the actual way the costs it. I'm looking at the interest cost and that, because this is what this is about. So the 500,000 is very clear. It's easy to see. It's 500 and it goes up by inflation. It's easy to see. The retained Balmoral Hall at 417. So I'm looking at, in the Stella notes, on option 1, retain and repair Balmoral Hall and Polytech site. And in that line, which makes up the 417,000, we have the cost at 1.3 million. And we have a cost of 255,000 against that. And I'm just trying to understand, if we spent 1.3 million on it, I'd understand the interest and I'd understand it being paid back over 20 years or 10 years. But I get a number, if it's 1.3 million, it's 20%, it's 19% cost, and I'm just wondering, how does that number made up? Within that 417, there's two numbers. There's 255 for the cost of 1.3 million, and then there's a loss of property sales of 1.61 million, which the 1.61 million is the total value of the whole site times an interest rate, which is about 2.4 million times 7% is about 160 grand. So I understand that number, but the 255, can you explain how that's made up?
Through the chair, I can. This, what I've calculated is the cost of repayment. So principal, we assume paying down principal from day one. We've ensured depreciation, interest costs, and also allowing for operating costs. So in hindsight, and I was doing this, I could remove some of those costs in year one.
But I would have said, if you borrow the money and you're paying it back, you can't be paying it back and charging depreciation, because that's almost, if it's 1.3 million and after the 10 years you've paid the loan back, if you're going to put depreciation on top of that again, you're actually, the project is getting really hammered quite hard just for the sake of, you know what I mean?
Through the chair, I 100% agree, and I have had this conversation in the past. Here at council, we have been depreciating and paying down debt. Some councils choose only to depreciate and use that depreciation, because it's cash, to pay down debt. And I've taken this loan out to 20 years, not 10, after conversations from last week. We could easily pay back debt in the first 20 years, because obviously you want to pay back debt first and foremost, and then you could depreciate for the second 20 years. But that is a change to how we've been doing it, and if council wants us to do that, to go and redo that across all of our projects, I wouldn't be able to do. I can do it for Balmoral, but then we would look at each annual plan to review that if that's council's way of doing things.
Question for Hamish, do we have a policy on depreciation debt repayment?
Not that I am aware of in relation to this particular conversation. We have depreciation rates that are part of our policy settings in relation to generally accepted accounting standards. Whether that depreciation is funded and when it crosses over with the debt is not, as I understand it, subject to a particular current policy setting. As I understand it, it's a way we have dealt with debt and depreciation here over a number of years, although there have been exceptions and we have different rates of depreciation applied to different facilities here because of the impact on affordability with the debt. So it may well be a matter that we could have a good thorough look at post the adoption of the LTP across all the various long-term assets that we have.
I think possibly we should, because of years gone by, our debt has not been high, but we are incurring debt as we're moving through, and some large debt, and I think we need a clear policy to give direction as to how to depreciate, how to repay it, because we've had 3 different iterations in this long-term plan, one 10 years, one 20, and I think there's a 40-year one as well, which just keeps changing and moving, which is not good policy, so I think we do need to develop.
Yes. Let's do that. I mean, the loan and the depreciation are both essentially set by an estimate of the life of the asset, the debt perhaps more associated with affordability than depreciation in terms of life of the asset, but it could benefit from a thorough discussion. I agree.
Richard?
So just to finally clarify that 417,000, so it's made up of the interest on the $1.3 million loan, it's made up on the repayment over 20 years on the loan, and it's made up of depreciation on the entire building at a value which is obviously a higher value because we've repaired it.
And it's also reflecting that we aren't going to get sales
So
of those two sites.
yeah, and the two-site sale has been, so when we see additional retained Balmoral Hall, that actually includes the cost of retaining the car parking, or the site, the Polytech site as well. So that's been loaded onto the retained Balmoral Hall rather than loaded onto the car park effectively. Because half of that interest, or more than half, is actually 80,000 of that is actually effectively the car park interest rather than the Balmoral Hall. If we
Yes, you could put that anywhere you like. You could put it against this building if you wanted to, because when this building, when the decision to proceed with this building was made, it was taking into account that those properties were going to be sold. So it doesn't matter where you feel comfortable describing it. It's now simply a matter of understanding those costs, which are different from not selling, different from selling. Sorry.
Yeah, those two properties should be taken separately, but they are combined. Balmoral Hall's
Correct.
one cost centre, doing a car park and demolishing Polytech is another one, but are combined.
Correct.
But we need to know, well, and it is clear here that what each one will cost.
Yep.
Yep. Questions, Silas?
I've got questions on the amenity rates. Do you want those now or do you want to wait?
Yeah, which page is it on?
14.
14? We might be jumping way here.
You are,
Can
yeah.
I just ask you one more question on debt? One more final question.
Yeah, we'll come back to you.
Through the chair, Leanne, you've mentioned in the conversation that the 417,000 includes everything as of 1 July 2024 or 2025. I think you said 24, but is it?
Sorry, so for 1 July 2024, when
Yeah.
we do what we call our opening balance, because
Yeah.
that's how we have to do our calculations for our closing balance, we use our actual from the 30 June 2023, and we assess all the work that we've budgeted to do this year, like our capital works in particular. And I'm going to say off the top of my head, and Erin will correct me if I'm wrong, I think we assumed that we would complete 80%
In that year.
in this year that we're in right now. And I think later in the day you'll see the financials and see where we're at. So we're assuming we're going to complete 80% of the work, which means we haven't put all of what we projected in our annual plan year 3 of this current LTP. We projected whatever our debt was. I don't have that figure in my head. We're projecting a little bit less because we don't believe we'll do all the capital works by 30 June 2024. So Erin does a calculation because the current year for actuals is missing at the moment because it doesn't exist. You've got an actual of 30 June 2023, which is our audited annual report, and you've got a annual plan for 23-24, which is what the year we're in now. But until 30 June 2024, we don't have an actual, and by that stage we've already adopted our long-term plan. So that's the challenge that the finance
Yeah.
team work on.
Okay, I think I understand that. But I still cannot understand why we're depreciating Balmoral Hall and we're paying it back and we're doing all these things, accessibility upgrades, getting historical people in to look at it, all the rest of the stuff in year 1. 80%, I take that point, 80% in year 1. I think that's an unrealistic figure, in my view. And why would we depreciate when we haven't, the thing's not up yet, I think. I worked
Noted,
that out
yep.
quite a bit.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I can correct that. That was
Would we be able to see this, what that impact would be on rates if we do that? Like, we don't need to fund depreciation, I wouldn't have thought, for a new done-up hall for a couple of years.
Could I suggest, Mr. Mayor, that for the purposes of understanding that, because you can assume the debt or the depreciation starting at any point.
Well, it's year 1.
But if we were consistent with the way in which we had assessed the pool option, i.e. the debt and the depreciation would start from the beginning of year 2 rather than year 1, and it's only an assumption, you can argue that's the right point to start, but that would be consistent with the way in which we have allowed for debt on other projects. If we made that assumption, what then would be the impact on year 1 rates?
Thank you, and I think that's personally a more realistic assumption and
Yes.
real world assumption, because there's nothing out there at the moment,
Oh.
you know, and there's a lot to go through if you read the reports.
Yeah.
Russell, then we go.
Thank you. On the graph you've got up on the wall out there at the moment, just for clarification, down the bottom, 23, 24, you've got 46 million. That's the rates take, isn't it, for that year? That's correct. So by the time we get to year 10, we need 87 million. Is that correct? Nearly 100% increase over 10 years.
That's right.
With the reference to the depreciation, so depreciation in year 1 was loaded into the spreadsheet at $65,000
For what?
Or Balmoral
for
Hall?
Balmoral Hall,
And the principal was the same,
And debt?
$65,000 also,
repayment.
Interest and principal?
yes. So you could
Interest
take
and
out interest,
This,
repayment, the principal and the depreciation and save $130,000 out of year 1.
not interest,
Is it,
no,
Richard?
no.
It's
Just-
regarding, oh, sorry.
Sorry, interest wasn't in that 130. Interest is another nearly 56,000, but you're going to incur that because we're going to have to draw the money to start doing the work.
But remember, we're trying to make the same assumption as we would have made with the way we were doing the project for the swimming pool. So we can't make that assumption and then sort of have caveats on it.
So then I can remove that, and then you're looking at, we're still going to forfeit in year 1 the sale of the buildings and the cost that will incur. But I can still bring that down, and I'm just talking about the retain and repair Balmoral Hall. I can bring that down to 192,000, which is 0.17. No, it's not. That's rates, that's point.
So how much are we taking off?
I've just taken off 130 plus. Yeah. I haven't gone to that far. I'm only doing the hall, not the car park. Yeah, 195. If we remove 195,000, which is the principal, the depreciation and the interest for year 1, you're dropping that 13% down to 12.8.
So Belmont Hall's costing 4.4%.
Same, no difference.
That development.
That's because it's already just the same. Year 2 just carries, just pushed it forward.
Is it fair to say that the development down there, if we did it, is costing 0.4% of rates? Period.
No, I don't think that's the right way to think of it, Mr Mayor. I think all we're
No.
saying is that the full costs of the repair won't be incurred until year 2. So what we're essentially doing is ameliorating the impact on year 1, but those costs will still be incurred across the life of the project, but we're pushing them away from year 1 on the basis that the work won't all be completed by the 1st of July 24.
And that's just Balmoral Hall. There's possibly the same type of thinking you could apply to the development of the car park also.
Well,
Oh,
in fact, the development of the car park will be the last thing to be completed, I'd have thought. So what would be the impact of treating the car park the same as Balmoral Hall in terms of debt and depreciation not starting till the beginning of year 2?
Richard, your question will be...
Yeah, mine's quite a simple one, really. The 500,000 to roading, if I look at instead of the actual roading one, it's a $12.35
Yeah.
cost per year. To
we might have to hold that.
do you want to hold that one?
question,
Yep,
Richard.
I mean, it's quite a simple.
Till we
it's fine.
get the answer to the other one.
The Merrill one.
Yeah, one division at a time.
Mayor, can I make a comment on this then while we're waiting?
As long as it's not involving them.
No, it's not involving it.
Yeah.
Isn't it very clear that no matter how you delay it or do it, by year 2 or 3, you've actually spent the money, therefore it's costing you the dollars that the board says. So all we're talking about is depreciation and interest being capitalised initially or pushed out or delays. So therefore, you could almost look at year 2 and 3, that when we look at the increase in rates, we've actually covered it off by saying that we're using a heap of our reserves in year 1 to effectively reduce the general rate, and then once we've spent our reserves, the general rate kicks in, and that's where the rates in the next 2 years come in. So all we're doing is just delaying the inevitable effectively with the reserves.
Yes, but I think if we're taking a more, let's use the word conservative approach to the depreciation and debt on a project, we are actually treating the ratepayers perhaps more fairly, because if we didn't incur that debt and the asset wasn't completed, so the depreciation wasn't going to be applied from the date that we're assuming, then we're actually charging them more than they had to pay. And so while year 2 and onwards is 100% correct, because by then the work will have been done, in the year that we've made perhaps more aggressive assumptions, that will be money that will never have to be paid. Well, I guess at some point in 20 years' time, there'll be the pickup of it. Yeah.
Through the chair, if we allow for the fact that we're going to be doing the work, commencing the work in year 1 and recognising there's a whole lot of work that has to happen beforehand, then the cost for year 1 that you can't avoid will be the loss on the sales. Everything else would transfer to year 2, and that then means we're only looking at about 158 OPEX rates impact on year 1.
What's the saving? I think is the way the council's thinking about it.
That brings your year 1. So it's a saving of those two potentials. It saves 632,000, and so it brings your overall rate increase for year 1 down to 11.9%.
Yep. Okay, so we might go through these other pages after that. Individual rates, and then we'll get to amenities, Liz. So page 6. Oh, sorry, Richard, you did. Thanks. Richard, you had a question on roading. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the roading one. It's the $500,000 effect, because we've been talking about the effect on rates, and I think it's worth drawing everybody's attention to the separate paper on Stella that shows by putting the $500,000 a year for the next 10 years on roading rate, it materially affects the roading rate, which is paid for in the bulk by the rural ratepayers. So if we look at our average urban ratepayer, I think it's a value of 450. I'll bring up the number exactly. It's the last memo. 441,000 is the capital value, but it costs them $12.35 a week, and for the rural of 8.7 million, it costs them $246 a week. So it's a way of putting money into roading, and it's actually the cost is falling where you could say the benefit is, but it's actually still maintaining the integrity of everybody has the whole roading network.
Yeah. It's a good segue in. When we get to roading later on, we'll run through that again. Yeah, there's a decision to be made on that. So if we look at page 6, we do the rates summary by area, and we'll just move through those. And stop me if you wish, page 6, which is Ashburton residential, commercial, and CV. Richard.
Ashburton residential. The refuse collection rate, I see it goes down from the actual down to from $274 to $254. And when I look at it, most of that cost is attributed to investigations that we've been doing down there. Is the 75,000 at Methven that we're going to perhaps potentially do? Is there any costs that we've done that are going to increase that going forward? Because obviously that's quite a that's the collecting the rubbish in town. When we had a whole lot of investigations we've done about doing different things in our last financial year, and we've got none in it for this year effectively. And so I'm just interested to see if that's really what we think.
So the question is, why is the rate going down?
Yep.
$20 a year.
And is it realistic?
For rubbish.
Through the chair, so the decision to include 75,000 into year 2 has been brought into this rate effect. So that is showing in these rate summaries. In terms of why it has gone down, I don't know. Neil, would it be, sorry, posing a question to you, would it be due to the increased people coming in?
It'll be a combination of if the budget's reduced, and I haven't got that on the top right here, and numbers of people, because it's purely a calculation on budget divided by who receives the service.
That's correct, yeah. There's no further investigations or lumps predicted. No.
Are you confident that is correct?
Again, I have no reason to not be confident. It was projected in our, even when we consulted that the waste was going to drop. And I just have no reason to doubt that our formulas appear to work. The way we do our model seems to work.
So picking up rubbish in the budget, and it'll be in the budget, it's going to cost less next year than it did this year. But in factoring into that will be more users of the service too, which normally means more rubbish to transport. But if you're confident,
I guess one's got to, yes, there might be more rubbish, but there's probably not necessarily more rubbish trucks. I'm going to guess there must be some form of economy of scale there, but I can't answer that. I don't have the detail of the budget.
Yep. Caroline?
I'd just like to point out that the water supply rate and the wastewater rate go up over 50%, and that is legislated, and we're meeting our standard requirements. Is that basically driving the cost of those rate and water through water increases?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. So thank you.
Page 6. Russell.
Just the capital valuation we use, is that the average value of a house? Where do we get that figure from? Because to be fair, for Ashburton, that feels quite cheap now.
So through the chair, so last reval, that's where that average has come from. So since then there has been movements in the market, but we have to base it on the information that we have available. And the next reval is due to start shortly.
Moving through the pages, page 6. Seven. Russell?
Thank you. Ashburton Commercial.
Page.
I think we operate, you might be, I'm on page 5, but I think
Okay.
I'm different. Page 6.
I'm
Yeah.
on the different.
Yes, that's right. So it's Ashburton Commercial, and we just talked the other day about the green waste coming in at a different time for commercial to thing. Is that reflected in our LTP somewhere, that we're going to bring the green waste in at a different time to the urban?
That's through the chair. I think that's a question for Neil, because I don't know how the budget's, because it'll be determined by how the budget's laid out and phased.
Through the chair, yes, that is only in 2027. Admittedly, we haven't fleshed out the details much on that, but we have allowed for some budget from that then on.
Liz?
Page 8, the Methven amenity rates, or the Methven page. So just a couple of questions. I see the community board UAC rate drops a bit. Is that purely because of overheads, and is that the pool, the increase in the Methven community pool, that 10k, is that included in there? I remember in the workshops there was something mentioned about overheads for the community board rate.
Through the chair, we're just checking up on that. The changes have all been brought through into the budget pack, as I understand it, which of these have been rolled through from. The boundary for the Methven community rate has also been expanded to pick up properties that weren't in it 3 years ago. So that could also be leading a little bit similar to the solid waste collection. Extra properties are helping to divvy it out.
Okay, that makes sense. So that's interesting. That doesn't flow onto the Memorial Hall rate, which is doubled.
Yeah.
What's the reasoning behind that?
So through the chair, you'll remember through the budget workshop discussion, the way in which we are funding the repairs and maintenance for these halls throughout the district is now being allocated back out to each respective cost centre, whereas it was being picked up in the collective prior. So this is the budget for the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall is also now including that, which were largely hidden in the past.
So does that mean the require amenity rate that includes their hall as well? Because they don't have a. Methven seems to be the only one that has a separate hall line.
I'll have to double check on Require if it's got a specific hall line. I think theirs might just be being picked up within the Require amenity rate itself.
And then another question, if I can remember it. The Methven amenity rate that has another increase in, is that because of the lighting project? I know Methven Community Board and some members have asked for quite a few different projects going forward, so I guess this is where we see them all. So does the amenity rate, that's where the lighting falls?
Yes, that's correct. So it's split to 50% the Methven amenity rate and 50% general rate. So this is the impact of those requests being funded specifically by Methven as they have been.
Okay, Richard?
It's to do with rural, but it's the rural amenity rate. Just to clarify, that effectively includes all the reserve boards, what they've predicted going forward, tallying up to those to give us that rural amenity rate. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it also includes the rural footpaths, rural stormwater, as well as rural parks and reserves, as well as the rural halls and reserves. Yeah.
And the general rate in the third year of the rural one going up, substantially, that's just a factor of the UAGC being tapped out to the maximum, and everything falls out of the UAGC into the general rate effectively. So it's just a consequence of the way the system's set up, really, isn't it? That it ends up falling into the general rate, which falls heavily on rural people in the third year.
Through the chair, it's also the reduction in the use of contributors.
Yep.
Which I guess you could say they benefited from in the earlier years.
I have to respond to that. No, well, the first year is what we're doing is we're flattening out the rates for the urban population because they've got a huge water increase of 27%, and we've used the contributors to try and soften the blow in the first year. Is that correct?
We cannot apply contributors against a targeted rate for water, so that can't be reduced by contributors.
But we've effectively had a perverse outcome in that by trying to maintain an acceptable rate in the first year for the urban population, which is 10%, we've put the contributors against the general rate, which is where and the roading rate where we put them, and that in a way is why we've only got a 2.6% increase for rural in that first year, because they're the ones that pay the bulk of those two rates, and by reducing them, it's a you could say a perverse outcome, but it's the outcome that on the other side it shows in the last year where we don't have this contributors, rural effectively have a big increase.
So proportionately to the average values of the houses or the properties that we've put in the projection, if we the movement is proportionate to their capital value in those general and general and roading rates.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just going to comment on Councillor Wilson's comment. I think that's exactly what's happened. I agree completely with the way you have described the impact of council's decisions in those on those matters.
And percentages are fine, but you look at the dollar figures, it's the dollar figures you pay. Rural's paying just under $9,000, where a residential is sitting just under 3,000. Percentages are great, but they're take them with caution too. Liz, what? Moving down to Methven, Lakewood, Mayfield.
Lakewood, is that, we call it the Lakewood urban amenity rate? Is it not the Ashburton resident, Ashburton amenity rates? Lakewood doesn't have a special rate.
They don't anymore, actually, you're correct in that statement. So that would be something that we would remove.
And the same as the Lakewood water supply rate.
It's the group
Lakewood
rate.
doesn't have any rates that is any different to anybody else.
At some point in time, there was the need to have their own reference to the rate, but now that has to come out of there.
There was a differential for a couple of years easing into it, but now it should be Ashburton.
It's just a tag that we need to retitle.
Yeah, do that. Mayfield?
Just one question, please, Neil.
Caroline?
The Lakewood rural, I believe I asked a question about Lakewood and it wasn't possible to delineate the Lakewood area. We have that information because we have used it. Does that include the Lakewood people, but not Graham's Road or not the Timble? Is that just a lake, just for my information, is that just a lake in that development down at the lake?
Are you meaning for how the rates
Yes,
are?
yes.
Yes, you're correct. Effectively, the entire
New development. Well,
new development does
but
pick up like the more lifestyle properties on your way into the lake.
it does?
It does, yes,
Great,
and then
thank
all of
you.
those that are down around
Down
the
around
lake.
And how many properties around there? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't.
Can we find that out at some stage, please?
I'm sure we can. Yep.
I think it's in the district plan, it's called the Aquatic Park Zone.
Yeah.
That's the boundaries. Lakewood, Mayfield, Chertsey, Mount Somers, Drumore, and the Drumore capital value is 10.7 million compared to a rural of 8 point something. That's the numbers that come from, that's the average of that area. Drumore covers, is that how they're way higher than rural? Because they are rural.
These are the figures that come from QVs, the averages of those spaces.
Okay. Phaeton, Hines, Hakatui. Then we're on to the summary of rate types. I'm just on to water meters, and the rate per 1,000 litres is $1. Moving forward, every year's $1. Is that not inflation adjusted, or should it be?
Through the chair, council's never wanted it inflation adjusted in the past, but we could make amends if you need us to.
With inflation and everything else, it might be an oversight that we didn't want, perhaps. Oh, no, we're not. Liz?
With the water, was it not 1.2? Thinking it wasn't 1,000 litres, didn't we increase it, or was that for
That's
the
1,200 litres for residential D.
for residential D? That was just residential D.
Yeah, I think. Richard?
I declare my interest that I do have a relation that lives in residential D and has been hot on this topic. But I think it does draw the attention, we need to draw attention that there is some residential areas in Ashburton that are paying extra for their water, and there are many, everybody else is not paying any extra. There's no limit on the water they can use. So I think it is an anomaly in our charging mechanism that we do. We've got 440,000 coming in from water when the bulk of the people can use unlimited water and there's no charge. We haven't voted to put any meters on. We've got meters in some rural towns, but we haven't voted to put meters anywhere else. So we do have a hole, you'd say, in our thing going forward.
This will be capturing the commercial, all commercial pays water rates. So the rates are staying static for commercial, where the actual costs of providing water are going up. So I think commercial gets their first 1,000 litres free, and then over that they'll pay $1. And my question is, should it be inflation proofed? It possibly should. So,
If council was to resolve accordingly, we would do that, Mr Mayor.
Lynette.
I was going to ask, Lakewood, are they metered out there? Because we have a lot of complaints of all the lawns in the wider area being watered all the time. Is it their well water or is it council water that's going on? Because the Verity with residential D has to pay and they can use water 7 days a week.
As everyone else can, but two questions there, I think.
Yeah,
One
yeah,
is,
there is.
are they metered? as they put it.
Through the chair, they do, most of them do have meters, but we don't charge through the meters. They're treated just like other residential properties.
I think the second question was, do they water their lawns from a well or something else?
I'm not sure about that. I'd have to look into that.
It's a question that is often asked.
I'm not sure, I'm not aware of wells out there.
They do have a lake out there. Is that Rob?
Yeah, it's my understanding that some residents out there can take from the lake. They are sucking from the lake.
Mr. Mayor, just a way of helping, they're paying the same water charge as every other connected residential property in the district. So that implies that they have the same supply arrangements as everybody else, and have the same opportunities and obligations and responsibilities as the way they use water, no different to any other residential property in the district.
If we have water restrictions, they'll adhere to them as others do. Yeah. Richard?
I'd just like everybody to note the Montalto water supply, which is in the realms of being discussed and looked at renewing and where it goes. But the $80 per hectare is actually, to many of those farms, if we set an average farm of 200 hectares, it's actually a really substantial charge just for stock water. If you look at some of the irrigation companies, that would be equivalent to some of the costs of some of the irrigation. So it's actually a really big number for the service. So, we just need to be, when we're discussing it, understand that it would be bigger than their rates bill.
Yep, Liz?
I think yours is going to go back to the water meters, and I agree, I think it should be inflated.
For the years 1 to 10,
Yep.
inflation adjusted, added on.
And when it comes time to make actual decisions, can we perhaps have a note that will require a council resolution? You can either do it now or when we're deciding something.
Through the chair, you could pass that now if council was of the mind to.
Like to move? Move that inflation is added to the numbers going forward. Second it. Councillor Ellis. Moved. Councillor McMillan. Second Councillor Ellis. Any discussion, debate? Richard?
Yeah, I speak against that because we don't charge any other residential overuse of water in the district. None, not 1 cent. So there'll be many residential users that are using substantially more water and aren't paying for it. So it's a discussion I think that should be had holistically, not just separately.
I support the motion because over the years that go forward, the costs of this water are going up, yet we're capping their water charges. It's commercial at yesterday's rate. So I think it should have inflation adjusted. Each annual plan we can adjust it if we wish, but I think we should add inflation, like we've done with everything else in this budget. Councillor Cameron?
It's residential D and commercial. I think we have to remember that. What is the average use for residential D? Do we have that information? Like, I know we did some research, I think Neil presented some research on the average use for water in the Ashburton district, and I think it was at 611 or something litres.
Speak into microphone, Councillor.
Was it 600 or something litres? Or 400 something litres? It was much, much lower than 1,000 litres.
I'm
Can
unsure.
anybody remember that?
I'm unsure that we've had those
I
numbers.
think it was much, much lower, and we thought at the time, I believe, that 1,000 litres was a generous supply, and probably they're not. Probably the residential D aren't using more than 1,000 litres, I would suggest. But it would be nice to know what they are actually using. I think Richard's comments come from the residential D department.
There's a difference here between some of these concepts. The 1,000 litres is the charge once charging kicks in.
That's right. Yeah.
It's not the limit.
No.
The charging kicks in in residential D's case at 1,200.
So I wonder how many are using more than 12. How many are actually going to get a charge?
Yeah, we simply don't have that detail prepared for this meeting. But this is the actual charge per 1,000 litres once you start paying above whatever the limit has been set at.
Yeah, and I just wonder. I wouldn't imagine it would be a lot. Is my point.
We have information imminent to come in from Methven. Yes, we will be looking forward to it. So that'll give us a steer on what Methven uses per. Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. So just wanting to confirm, so we meet your expectations, we're looking to inflate from years 2 to 10, or did you want us to apply inflation to year 1 to 10?
It
I'm happy with 2 to 10.
Should it not be year one? The fact that it's $1 now.
And that's totally up to council to decide.
Councillors,
Mr. Speaker, could I suggest if the mover and seconder make their intent clear, council will know what they're voting on?
Yeah. The mover was Liz. The seconder was Richard. No, Russell. Do you wish to have it from year one?
Year
2.
Sorry, year 2 to 10.
Year 2. Right. Happy with that? No change? Okay, we'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Hang on. We'll do that again. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? 2 against. Carried. Like recorded. And Councillor Wilson against as well. We got your vote, Councillor Hooper. Water supply, water meters, Methven, Springfield, Montalto, discussed. Lyndhurst, water supply. Lyndhurst and Bar Hill, the loans. I was wondering, and I've asked the question before, why are they in a water supply? Because we don't run them. We have lent them some monies to do it.
Most of it is payment of the debt relating to the scheme. Where you see that it goes down, it's also to do with sometimes there are bulk payments from various agreements where it's allowed.
Yeah. Why is it a water supply? Because it's just a loan to a community organisation.
It's always the way that it's been handled because it related to a water supply. It doesn't really fit under any other rating type at this moment.
I have asked before, but haven't had the answers. How long, what is the total debt left and when will it be extinguished?
I will find that again for you shortly.
Okay, thanks. Because I think the debt was, I thought it was only a 10-year loan, but you could find out some details on those 2 schemes. Russell?
Because if those columns have self-calculated, by the time you get down to total estimated revenue of 24%, that's heavily influenced by that minus 18% in the Bar Hill supply. So it does have an impact on what that tally shows.
Yep. Just while you're searching for that here, and I will carry on.
Just noting that Bar Hill is, 400,000 out of, 9.6 million. So its percentage increase is not having a hugely dramatic impact on the overall increase. It's a factor, but not a big one.
Erin?
So for the Bar Hill loan, the opening balance in the LTP is about 36,000. It is a loan that is for 25 years from 23-24 and finishes in 38-39. And the Lyndhurst, I'll just look into that one now as well.
So, when did the loan start for, was it Bar Hill? Sorry.
So the Bar Hill loan started in 2013-14, and I have a loan document in my workings here.
The loan document, what, sorry? Is
I have a loan document in my workings just to check that we have it correct.
okay, if we could just double check. I didn't think the loan was that long, but, and Lyndhurst, could we check that as well? As their balance and how long their loan document was for?
So this document states the loan amount and also how long the loan lifespan is, and it states that it's a 25-year loan.
For Bar Hill. So Lyndhurst, because I believe the Lyndhurst people thought their loan was just about to be extinguished. But yeah, okay, correct that one. Total water supply, stock water. Richard?
The stock water one, since we're looking to repurpose the stock water supply over the next 3 years, the 1.4 at the end, how will that happen if stock water races are shut? Because this is basically almost a cost recovery model. That's what it's been based on in the past. If the transition happens quicker, therefore our costs reduce quicker than what we thought, how will that be factored into the rate for the remaining people? Because obviously the remaining ones left, we could get into quite a deficit or quite a surplus. I hope a surplus, because I think essentially we'll be getting ahead of the game quicker.
Yes, this is this will be complex. What we have found is that the costs don't reduce in a linear relationship with closures, and council previously had looked to reduce the cost of maintenance on the basis that the network was starting to reduce in size, but the costs of maintaining the network were not reducing in relationship to the closures. And it mainly rests around, most of our costs are associated with the intakes and the mains. And so you can close parts of the network, but our costs don't reduce in direct relationship. So if that was to continue through the 3 years program, then there is going to be some issues for ratepayers still getting stock water at the end of the closure program, because the costs won't have reduced dramatically in some cases, and there'll be significantly less ratepayers to pay. So council may wish to, as we prepare annual plans and rating impacts over the next 3 or 4 years, may wish to consider how to deal with that and treat individual ratepayers fairly, but there is risk to the last ones to be closed bearing significantly more costs towards the end of the 3 years.
So just to clarify, as we go down this path, and I'll use an example, if we got to year 3 and half the network had been shut, the remaining half had a similar, we'll say the exact same cost, which would potentially double the cost.
Correct.
But as we go through each annual plan, that's where we would be looking to change the actual, because this is a per metre and rate.
Well, I'm not proposing that you would look to change. You would look to consider what might be fair, because the stock water supply will still be providing stock water to those people. So any change, as you call it, or attempt to make that fairer for that group, someone else will have to pay for the maintenance of the stock water network who aren't getting stock water. So council will have to wrestle with that over the coming 3 years, but the will of council will only be decided once you weigh it all up as you go through the 3 years.
And if the stock water account gets into deficit, because that's potentially what could happen, how is that deficit funded?
It shouldn't get into deficit, because we'll still be preparing budgets to maintain the network based on what that network needs to be maintained. It's how that then gets paid for that is the risk. And remember, from rates, we strike the rates at the 1st of July, and that's a charge fairly charged for that year. So I don't think we'll end up in deficit.
We have been in deficit in years gone by, which has incurred a loan. So if we run to surplus, we would pay the loan back. Yeah, if we're in that good position to do that, there was a loan attached. It's not wastewater disposal. Solid waste collection. And here it does say we're collecting less dollars for solid waste, which is what we had before. Amenity services. Just the Ashburton urban amenity rate. We're going to spend is it just 300,000 at Lakewood? And what we're collecting now is 4.3 million. We're going to 4.7. We're going to spend more than 700,000 at Lakewood. Yet that's only going up by 383,000. Is that figure correct?
Thank you. Through the chair, so the way in which the urban amenity rate is charged is this 50-50 again, like similar to what we do in Rakaia and Methven. So 50% will be hitting the urban amenity rate and 50% will be hitting the general rate.
Right. Is that for Ashburton? Yeah. I thought Ashburton was businesses as well. But Caroline.
No, I was going to, amenity, footpath cleaning rate for Ashburton CBD Inner, is that the same service as they have had, the same level of service?
Yes, that's correct.
So,
Yes.
so what is that? How many times a week is that, or a month is that footpath cleaning brush?
Just the CBD area does receive, I think it's cleaning 3 times a week, the footpaths. So it's a higher level of service.
It's a higher level of service compared
Yeah.
to what the rest of the
Yes.
county, you mean?
Yes.
The same level of service they've currently been receiving.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Methven business amenity rate? Rakaia amenity rate? Business and residential? Heinz stormwater?
I've just got a question
Yes.
on that. So why the decrease?
For which one?
Heinz stormwater. It's gone from 12,000 down to 7. Are we?
Don't know, I'm looking to Neil, I can't answer that.
I haven't got the facts with me. I'll have to look into that.
Rural amenity rate? Methven community board rate? Is that 100% Methven community board rate, or is that split with somewhere else?
Through the chair, no, that's 100% Methven Community Board rate.
So your question earlier is you are spending more, you're collecting less in that area, which is why it went down.
In the pool of 25,000, that's included in there as well, isn't it? Yep.
The Memorial Hall rate has doubled. You're aware of that? Yep. That takes us to the end. No more questions. I thought we might break there for a cup of tea. Take 15. we had to make out of before, have we? We've done that.
No, that was just for your information, so you
Right,
understood
so we
what
had
the
a
world
good-
was looking
we had
like
a
at
good
this
chew
point.
through that, yeah.
Correct.
So the next item is key decision to Balmoral Hall and Polytech. Okay, good. So, are we live?
Councillor, yes, we are live. I apologise, the green and the red light aren't working, but we are now live
Welcome
and
back.
streaming.
Welcome back, everybody, after the cup of tea break. And we're up to item number 5, key decision 3, Balmoral Hall and Polytech land. And we need a resolution to uplift this item of business. A move and a seconder. Councillor Cameron? Councillor Todd? All in favour, please say aye. Right, so the memo's on Balmoral Hall, agenda pages 15 to 20. Balmoral Hall. Any questions, councillors, with questions? Yeah. There's a fair bit of information to get through here. Welcome, Renee. We're reading through whatever option we do, it's going to cost us money. So I'm just wondering, if we went through the 4 options, is what each one is costing, whether we retain option 1, 2, 3 and 4 and those options. One's retain and repair Balmoral Hall and Polytech site. One was sell both sites. One was, in option 3 was demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site. And there's an option 4 which wasn't submitted on, but we've developed the option 4, which is retain Balmoral Hall, do it up and demolish Polytech site and refurbish into a car park. Option 4, and on the preamble, I think Tony said 24% of the people who submitted suggested this option, which wasn't our option, which if we'd had that as an option, there may have been more than 24% who would have said that's a good idea. That 24% said it was a good idea when it wasn't even an option. So we had it as an option, what would the percentage be? Something we'll never know, but just interesting where it went. Councillors, any questions, or do we want to do the costings for each one? Lynette?
Just a question, reading all the reports. There's mould in the buildings now. At what point does that get too dangerous for people to be using the hall? Is it minor or more?
Through the chair, it depends on the type of mould. So Stachybotrys is a black mould, and that's usually present where you've got wallpaper. It loves the cellulose and the wallpaper glue, and that isn't present at, but we would want to do some more testing on that anyway. Yeah.
What information do you need, councillors? It's a recommendation then.
Can I just ask a question, sorry?
Yep.
So on the page 17, we've got retain and repair Balmoral Hall and Polytech site. So that year 1 figure, is that correct? Or did what we talked about before morning tea, has that changed, that figure now?
Through the chair, yes, it has, because a lot of that 1.3 will not impact on year 1. The loss of property sales and increased debt will remain.
And year 2 will?
Year 2 will change as well. I want to go away and do some workings on that. But it will reduce, yes.
It will reduce?
It will reduce because
2.
apart from anything else, I doubt that we will capitalise until the end of year 2, and that will impact on depreciation.
So year 3 is where the impact's going to be?
Where the rubber hits the road.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You asked for an option. Well, I like option 4, if we can do that.
Yep, we're not getting there yet. I think we'll go through the options and just price each one up. Then we can have a decision on which one we would like. So let's go through the options first, I think. So we're still on option one, clarity around pricing. Anything you want to know about option one? Caroline?
I have a question just for Leanne, where the rubber meets the road. What you're meaning is it goes out to 417, I'm guessing, or inflation adjusted in year 3. It doesn't get to 2 million in year 3, it's 400. So it just pushes it out for 3 years.
Pushes it out with a
And
bit of
interest rates
inflation.
over the subsequent 10-year period may change, may reduce, may go up.
That's
We
annual
really
plans.
only, I mean, this long-term plan is addressing the 3-year period. So we'd have year 3 would be 417,000 at the moment based on this. Is that correct?
Correct. The loss of the property sales remains, that's already in there. The other conversation that at this stage we will continue to assume depreciation and debt unless given an alternative instruction.
So just before I go to Richard, point 1 under option 1, this option would retain and repair Balmoral Hall and retain the Polytech site for the Ashburton district. So what would happen to the Polytech building under option 1?
So at this stage, the Polytech land would continue to be leased until a clear future for the site is determined. So this is a midway ground rather than going as far as what option 4 does. This was the option that we went out and consulted on the community, so that doesn't include any investment in the Polytech.
So the tenants would still keep using it as they are?
As they are for now.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Richard?
So I've split this into 2 parts effectively, this one. So the Polytech site is effectively costing us around, give or take, 80,000 a year, which is, I've said, half the interest that's being charged against, because since we're retaining the investment effectively in the site of 1.4 million, is that correct, for the Polytech site? Where the cost to us is the interest on that money effectively, and that's the only cost we would put against the Polytech site, is that correct?
It is short term, but of course the retention of the Polytech site will incur repairs and maintenance costs on those buildings over time as well. But initially, yes.
Yeah, and the Balmoral cost is, as described in the Balmoral Hall cost paper, 1.249 million. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we always budgeted on 1.3 because it talked about somewhere between that 1.2 rough order of cost to 1.3, and we've always calculated on the 1.3.
Okay. And so effectively that budget of 1.3 is, and our best guess is effectively all we could probably say, would have the Balmoral Hall back at, well, you'd say 100% of code and 100% usable as it was designed.
Through the chair, the estimate of 1.3 is to do what it needs to get building consent. It's not flashing up the hall completely, but we're doing what we think needs to be done at a high level estimate. To get more certainty around the costs is where you go to that next level, which is getting your architects in to do the design of the roof structure and what needs to be done for the fire compliance and that kind of thing. Once you've got that, then you can actually work through what that scope of works would cost.
One last question, if that's all right. When we were in deliberation, we talked about, I asked the question around what would a like-for-like building that would do the similar thing cost. Do we get any numbers on that?
Through the chair, no, we have not been able to go out and get a price on building a new hall at that, at that size. We just have not had the time to do that.
Through the chair, it would be significantly higher.
Yeah.
Through you, just to comment on the 1.3 million, council needs to take into account that some of the language around that number, and the person who's prepared that number for us, an external expert, if you like, has called it a rough order of cost. So that indicates how the preparer sees it. And I'm looking at the Balmoral Hall attachment on Stella, and I'm on page 8, and there's a paragraph from the author describing the rough order of cost and I guess exhorting council to be very careful when that repair work is done in order to deliver the repaired hall for that money. And I've had a separate conversation with Sean about that because I wanted to understand it better. And what he says is it is absolutely inevitable that when you take the roof off, which in his view is absolutely needed, that you will start to find things that will make sense to you to repair as you affect the overall repairs, and those things are not included in his budget, and it will require very, very careful and disciplined project management to deliver the repairs at 1.3 million. Because there will be many other things that you will kind of want or like to do that you discover as you go along, all of which will simply put upward pressure on that 1.3 million. So, we need to be really mindful of what this 1.3 million is. It will have a code-compliant old wooden hall as opposed to anything other than that.
Councillor Cameron?
Two questions. One in reference to the Chief Executive's pointing out, thank you, there is 15% contingency built into the 1.25 to 1.3 million, and that is what's alluded to in the report. That's why they've added that contingency. So that is still in that 1.3 million, because Sean did say in the report that it is wise to add 15% contingency cost to cover variations as and when they show up, and that is in that dollar, as is a heck of a lot of other things which I've already commented upon. My real question relates to the EA Network Centre. We did say when we consulted that we would, if we did get rid of the hall, we would make sure the dancers weren't isolated with nowhere to go, and we did say we would do up the EA at the same, hopefully before or around the same time. Have we put that, budgeted that money in the EA Network spruce up?
Through the chair, my understanding is there's 325,000 sitting in EA Networks for an internal reshuffle. If we're retaining the hall, we're not going to need to do a dance floor as part of that reshuffle, but the reshuffle is still happening, and that is still within the budget, a separate budget, EA's budget.
Can we discuss that, or when would be the time, Mr. Mayor, to discuss that 320 grand in the budget for EA Networks if we are not getting rid of the hall?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that now, because there will be a cost for the floor which would not be needed if we did this up. So,
and also the EA jig around.
Yes, well, that wasn't motivated by a replacement dance studio for Balmoral Hall. It was motivated by trying to maximise the space that we currently have at the EA Network Centre. What we were, I guess, drawing council's attention to is that one potential use of creating some further usable space at the EA Network Centre was an alternative dance studio. It's not being done because of your decision on Balmoral Hall. We believe that jig at EA Network Centre is justified all on its own merits. Whether or not the floor surface requires some budget adjustment, perhaps Sarah can answer, but I do recall, I think through the course of considering this matter previously, that it was a relatively minor part of the money being set aside for rejigging EA networks. But Sarah might like to.
Through the Mayor, yes, Hamish is completely correct on that. It's 100 square metres, so 100 square metres of flooring. There wasn't a great differential in price between flooring options, and the likelihood is what we were going to select for dance is what we still will select to enable yoga and other things as well. So there may be a little saving, but it's not worth any change at this stage, I would not think.
I accept that, but we're looking at significant rates pressure, and if we do retain Balmoral Hall, of which I declare I'm in favour of, then perhaps we can rejig the timing of that $325,000 wall jiggering in EA Networks.
Through the chair, if I may, again, just note that that's not 325,000 direct impact on rates. It's a capital project spread across years.
So it's 8%. It's to 24,000 on interest. Is that what you're saying?
Ish.
And depreciation and whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But yes.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Just want to clarify, Neil, at the start you said 24% supported. Was that option 4, which is the new one? because I see in the notes that 24% of submitters supported option 1. So I just wanted to clarify that figure of 24% was also for option 4.
Yeah, I might just go to Tony. I read it somewhere. Was I accurate with the 24% or not?
Through the chair, if you look to the memo on point 2 under option 1, so it's 24% of submitters have supported this option, being option 1, with the majority emphasising retaining and refurbishing Balmoral Hall only. So, you know, you could say maybe over half of that 24% made a specific comment around the desire to keep Balmoral Hall only.
Do you have a percentage of supporters for option 4?
There was no option.
Via their comments?
Yeah, through the chair, there was no option 4 that we consulted on. So
yeah,
it's,
correct. By the same, by their comments.
No, we'd have to go away and do the analysis. But I think think of it less as a voting system with your percentages and more just to get an impression of where people have been landing. And that's where this option 4 come from, is that became an overriding theme that started to come up under this option.
Thank you.
Councillor Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, if we say, okay, we're going to build or fix it, we know we've got some costings here and some estimates. Over the years, everything what was old and we touched, it was getting double or even more. You know, Christchurch was exactly the same. Nothing happened for not much money. Can we put a cap on it? If we say all of a sudden we find, correct, this is going to be 1.8 or 2 million, how are we working this?
Through Mr. Mayor, until we tender the work and go to the market, we won't know what the actual cost will be. And there are ways in which you can contract to take all risk out. And I'm thinking, of course, of Te Kaha, the new stadium in Christchurch. The contractor there has built all the risk in, and the council is paying for that risk up front, if you like, and that's going to eliminate cost overruns, but it's actually being paid for at the front end. So you could structure the contract to eliminate risk. I imagine that price won't then come in at 1.3 because this has been based on a more usual way of approaching the market. In the end, that's the best we can do to give you guidance, but in the end, the market will dictate what someone is prepared to take this project on at via the tender box, and then the reality will be whatever the reality is once we start the work.
I know, but can we put a cap on it? You know, if someone prices out and it comes up with, and the cheapest one is 1.6, for example, and that is a price he thinks is right, can we say we stop? This is getting too much.
The cap would have to come with a style of contract that said all the risk sits with the contractor, and then, because that's the only way you could actually cap it, and then that price will be whatever the contractor what risk they're prepared to take, and that'll push the price up. So capping it will be the stadium style of deal, and that then prices the risk into the contract price. It's the only way you can cap. Otherwise, if they discover something that's not expected, you're going to put the contractor out of business or lose money on the job, which no one will willingly take on.
I think the question might have been around also if we agree to refurbish Balmoral Hall at 1.3 and the tenders come in at 1.6, do we have the opportunity then to cancel the project?
Yes, you do. Yes, you don't have to accept any one tender.
But we said through this process that we would repair the hall at 1.3 and it comes in at 1.6, then we can just change your mind.
Yes, indeed you can. You can. We can.
What we said we would do though.
No, it's not. So then you've got a conversation with the community about the commitment that you made, because the price is one thing, but for the bulk of people in the community who are in favour of retention of the hall, it's actually retaining the hall that is the important issue for them. While the price is a critical part of that, to tender it on the basis of a rough order of cost, find you can't do it for that, and then back out of the commitment to repair the hall, would require careful thinking in terms of communication with the community. Tony may have a more precise view.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to add detail to what Hamish said. If you found out over the course of this financial year that actually the cost has increased through next year's annual plan preparation, it's likely we'd have to go out and talk to the community again and explain what's happened and why council's seeking now to cancel the project.
We wouldn't have that time because we'd be doing it in year one. We'll have we'll have supposedly the tender, the price for the tender, say by Christmas time of this year. So we wouldn't have time to go to an annual plan.
No, but you could message the community at that point and say, look, the price is dearer than we had expected or wanted. So we're going to suspend this project and we'll talk to you again in a formal way at the annual plan.
Correct.
Thank you. Liz.
Thank you, through the chair. So we had quite a few submitters come in and say, or submit to say they just wanted the bare minimum done. Are the quotes that we've had, are they the bare minimum that we have to have done on that hall? So the kitchen upgrade, is that essential?
Through the chair, yes, everything is in quite a degraded state. This is the minimum that we would need to, it is a public facility, so we would need to get that to, it is the minimum standards.
Russell?
Thank you. Following on from Liz, when I went through the budgets and saw that allowed 16,000 for a new kitchen with a stainless steel benchtop. Today, you'll hardly buy the stainless steel benchtop for 16,000, let alone the rest of the kitchen. My question is, can we pass a resolution here to go out and actively seek a more accurate price? Because I'm just so worried reading those reports that every alarm bell's ringing that 1.3 is just not enough. And since that initial costing of 1.3 was done, we have found asbestos in the building that wasn't known there when that budget was set at 1.3. I know they've tried to allow for it, but that's squeezing that into an existing budget, I believe. So are we able to pass a resolution to go out and get accurate pricing, and then before the next LTP, if we're happy with that...
Annual plan or long-term?
No, annual plan, sorry. If we're happy with those pricings, we put it into the annual plan in 1 year's time once we have a more accurate costing, because that pricing we had done was 2020, I think.
Correct.
So it worries me.
We could do that. It would have the effect of not resolving the future of Balmoral Hall and presumably the Polytech and the car park site for a further year. And everyone would put up with the hall in its current state in the meantime while we did a more exacting estimate of costs.
I think we could do that, and in two different projects. One was to retain the Balmoral Hall and get accurate cost and go to tender, and then decide at the annual plan. And then stage two is the Polytech site, which could be completely different. It could be developed immediately.
So there's just one piece of what you just said, Mr. Mayor, that might be worth further consideration. I don't think we would advocate for you to go to tender without being committed to doing the work, because what will happen is the market will understand that they're wasting their time potentially, and they'll price it accordingly.
Yeah, wrong choice of words.
Yeah, so I think getting a more accurate assessment of the costs is, and we pay to get that.
Correct.
Is the step that I think you're advocating, but I wouldn't then go to tender before you're committed.
Yeah, as a suggestion.
Yeah,
Councillor Lovett.
I would quite agree with Russell what he said. In reading through the feedback, people are telling us we've got to be prudent with our finances, times are tough, and spending the 1.3 million or more on this building, does it look to the public that we're favouring a tenant, and have we got a rental locked in with them? If we're going to spend 1.3 or more on this building, we need that tenant back. Otherwise, we're spending money on a building that may not be tenanted because our rentals are going to be too high.
It's casual use hall.
It's a real issue for me
Through the chair, so we haven't lost that tenant at this stage.
at this stage, yeah.
And we would hope not to. We have no commitment that they'll pay more than what they're currently paying, and we know from a prior tenant that when we put the price up from 20 to 25, we lost a tenant. So there's always that risk, but there's that risk no matter what you do and where you do it. We might get more people wanting to use it, or we actually just do not know. What we would have tried to do was to work around the existing, I'm going to call it anchor tenant, the current tenant we've got, to not disrupt them and so do the work during their longest summer break.
Carol?
To go back to Russell's point, we have an estimate here from the Logic Group dated 23rd of May 24, and in that Sean advises that it would be at the top end, and that's why he's inbuilt the 15 replace blah 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 down the bottom there on the last thing, rough order. As such, it is essential that a high level of project contingency is allocated to offset at the outset, minimum 15%, and then there's a rough estimate from Sean that the quote is old, the 30 June 20 is old, but Sean's is 23rd of May 24 of 1.25 to 1.3 million. And we used this particular gentleman, as I understand, very satisfactorily for the rebuilding of this. So clearly this particular person has our support and trust. So that's just a comment. It's a recent letter, 23rd of May 24.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just to highlight item 2 on that detailed quote, there has been an inflation adjustment made to that 2020 quote. Included in the 1.3 million. So
Did you say there has or hasn't?
There has, as I read it, inflation adjustment to March 23 at 7% per annum, 72,000.
Right.
So there has been an attempt to update that price given the length of time since it was made.
Councillor Meikle?
Thank you. What level of support was there percentage-wise for option 3, please?
And option 3 was demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site.
Just getting that, but from memory, that was the most preferred option.
That being the most preferred option, there's been
11%.
11%. There was very little discussion to date around the relocation of that building. Not on, I believe, should be councils. I think council should possibly look at selling Balmoral Hall for $1. It's going to cost roughly, don't quote me on figures, but $630 to take out buildings on the Polytech and demolish Balmoral. But if it was sold for $1 to these groups that are suggesting they want it retained, that would put it squarely back on them. If they want it, there you go. Take it away for $1, put it where you want. They can still use it. We don't have to spend 1 point whatever million to, or the ratepayer doesn't have to pay 1 point whatever million to do it up. Whoever buys it for $1, that cost squarely is put back on them. And it was going to cost 1.1 roughly to redevelop the car park site where the Polytech was. I'm saying probably 400 or 500 more to redevelop where Balmoral Hall was, and that would be our cost, and then it would be generating income for car parking. Would that not be a sensible option?
It is a option. Yeah, we'll see what councillors think of it. Tony?
Sorry, I was just going to correct what I said before. I got my options around the wrong way. So selling both sites was the preferred option, and that came in at 56%. And the Mayor was correct; it's 11% of people were supportive of option 3.
Richard? Rob?
Yeah, sorry, when you said 11%, I was not really, but yeah, I was thinking it was a lot higher. Thank you, Tony. Yeah. So I think going to try and support the public opinion, which is the 54%, and that gives the submitters that want to retain the building the option of buying it for $1 and do what they want with it. If they don't want it for $1, and that is, they would be given X amount, say 6 months, to uplift the building and remove it. If it's not done in that time, it's demolished.
And with that, Rob, what would you do with the land once the buildings were gone?
Yeah, as I said, the Polytech area at the moment, without the Balmoral site, is going to be redeveloped for just over 1.1 million. I'm just have a ballpark figure, 400 to 400 to 500,000 to redevelop the site into a car park where the site is now, where the Balmoral Hall is, just rough figures, comes in at a lot less cost to the ratepayer and would be generating a lot more income for car parking.
I think it's about $2 million to develop a car park there, which included the demolition of the Polytech, I think.
Correct, and it did include some income.
Yeah, about $2 million to develop that site into a car park.
Still comes in a lot cheaper than, at the moment, there's a ballpark figure of trying to do up the hall. It's all pie in the sky stuff, whereas we would know exactly where we were if we sold that damn building for $1.
Okay, see if we get support later on, we get to resolution mode. Richard?
I'd like to investigate the sell both sites, because if we sell them, we're not going to do upward build car parks. It's sort of so to sell both sites is not about, I don't think it's about we're almost jumping from selling them or retaining the land in the CBD area, and then what we do with them is a separate issue almost to selling or owning. So, we're saying sell them. The reason we're selling them is to get the money back to put into this building. That was the original reason. And obviously the previous council had thought about how much land they had and whether that was a strategic asset and all that. But I would have thought through the submission process that's changed a little bit, because the triangle has been potentially redeveloped and it's perhaps being looked at as a new area of town. So should we have a discussion around it's more the merits of that land itself, not the value of it, it's the merits of its location, because once you've sold it you can never buy it back to put anything on it because you've sold it. So strategic value, sorry Russell. So
yeah, so option 4 is slightly like that. It's retain Balmoral Hall and then redevelop the rest of the site. I think your option is, what you're thinking about is remove both buildings but retain the site for development, which is another option again.
Yeah, I'm talking about the strategic, does that land have a strategic value to the district?
Yeah, and I think it does.
Which is essentially option 3, which is, it's very close to Rob's suggestion of trying to sell the hall. Either it'll sell or it won't. If it doesn't, then we're back to option 3 to demolish and clear the site.
That is correct. Caroline?
I'm just commenting on Rob's comment. If you sold the hall for $1 and then put the burden on the dance studio or the churches or the other groups that use the hall, well then the hall will not be, that would stay how it is, and there'd be a land lease associated. I've got my light on, Rob. There'd be a land lease associated with that, I'm guessing. I don't think this is a community service and we're a community. We're not selling EA Networks for $1 or the domain for $1, like that there's a cost, or the Art Gallery Museum for $1. There's a cost to running a community, and I don't, we're in question time. I wonder if you pulled Balmoral Hall down, given the asbestos, have they identified asbestos in the Polytech building?
Through the chair, there is asbestos in
It's been identified.
Yes.
You've had a report and we know that.
We have not had a report at this stage, but we have had a licensed building practitioner identify that asbestos.
Sorry, I'm trying to work out what it would cost to pull down Balmoral Hall. I'm guessing it would not be less expensive than pulling down the Polytech.
It's in the report, it's 400,000.
So it's $1 million to pull down. GV on both sites is about 1.5, is it, together?
No, it's more than that. It's in the report.
And option 3 explains that the demolition of both buildings, the Polytech and the hall, is estimated to cost 630,000.
Yeah, no, well, okay, I'll wait till the discussion.
Again, noting that we haven't gone and done any formal tender.
So option 2, if you don't sell, option 2 is sell both sites. So if you don't sell both sites on option 2, what is the loss of income?
60 grand. The loss of income being the loss of sales.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we budgeted in our long-term plan under our preferred option. we budgeted to a income of 1.7 million.
And that would be at the interest rate, on a yearly basis, 1.7 times interest rate, is that right?
Correct. So one
About
moment.
90,000.
Yeah, I did. I had, just lost my,
Just while Ian finds that, if you look at page 17 on whatever report it is, option 2, paragraph 6, the capital value of both is around 2.4 million. And so that, and then there's less commission and costs associated with that. And so it's the net benefit of that sale transferring essentially to debt because that revenue is not available to offset the debt, particularly associated with this building. So whatever the debt servicing costs of around about the 2 million is the cost of not selling.
About $100,000 would be the cost of not selling. Because
so the cost I worked on was so at the moment it's sitting in there as a sale, it's sitting in our current budget, obviously, because that was council's preferred option. When I did the calculations for the exercise of our options, I worked on the interest cost, which is approximately 76.7 thousand per annum, and then principal repayment, because again you're going to be borrowing. So I worked on 85. So I've got a calculation of 161k, nearly 162k cost, opportunity lost, I guess, for lack of a better word.
yeah, thank you. Mayor Brown? Oh, yeah, see Phil. Yep, Phil.
Question for the councillors. 56% said sell both sites, 11% said demolish and develop. So that's 68% of people saying that we need to get rid of Balmoral Hall in one way or another. We also indicated that we'll be selling both sites when we before we built the new building. Are we in the gun for not listening to what our community is saying? If we're looking at selling for $1 or we're looking at keeping and doing a car park, have we not had a clear direction?
That's good debate, and I think we need to get on to a motion so we can debate that. We'll hold to what you've said. The councillors won't answer your question. They can debate it though. Councillor Wilson?
Okay. I just want to clarify that the selling of the site can only, if we sell the site, none of the other things can happen. Is that correct? It's a dumb question, but it's a pretty simple one.
Correct. If we sell the entire footprint of Balmoral Hall and Polytech, we no longer own it, we no longer have control, in the same way of the old library site. It's no longer ours to control.
And I would believe that the question is, if it's such a strategic site, we have to decide at the first instance if we want to keep it or not, and if we're not keeping it, well, the rest of the debate is immaterial, effectively, because we've got rid of it, haven't we?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and as councillors are wrestling with this, of course we know through the workshops and conversations about parking, it is linked in some fashion to council's other plans associated with the West Street car park. Again, if you sell both sites, then your desire to perhaps even on a temporary basis have additional parking in the CBD will then rest much more heavily on your decision around the development of the West Street car park, which of course is something you've been talking about as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're getting to the end of the question time and into decision time, and what I've been hearing is I think we've narrowed this down to two options. One is option 3, which is demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site, or option 4, retain Balmoral Hall and demolish the old Polytech buildings and develop a car park on the old Polytech site. Very similar options, I think, of what I've been hearing. So, Councillor Barham, you've got an option you would like to...
Yes, I do. We've been talking about it, and Phil said it as well. There were different views in this district, but as a councillor, I really have to fill the people, but also have to learn, and I learned over the years, to make sure decisions for the next generation.
Could you move a motion and then talk to it?
For me, option 4 is the one we should be going for.
I wish to move option 4.
I do that.
Is there a seconder for that? I will second that. Second that. If you'd like to speak to the motion. Councillor Cameron seconded it. Is option 4 moved, Councillor Brown, seconded Councillor Cameron. Do you speak to the motion, Councillor Brown?
Yes, I started with that. So, like I said, it is long term that you have to think as a councillor, and you try to do the best for the community. Sometimes you don't get the money straight away in the kitty, but 5 years later there might be something there what is quite good to do. So to me, I'm still a wee bit struggling with the whole. But we talked about that, so if the price is getting too high, we can step away from that, I understood. But for me, it's a long-term project.
Councillor Hooper? You. Your hand is up, or did it not go down before? We'll move to Councillor Meckle.
I don't know if it's possible or not, but can there be amendment made to option 3 that the building can be sold for $1 and the land retained by council for a car park?
Can I just hold for a second? I might repeat that. Councillor Hooper's not getting the audio, and we appear to be muted. So we want to have Councillor Hooper in on the debate, and he can't hear, so we'll just have to hold until we can get him back in. Who's it? That one? Click that one. Can you hear now, Councillor Hooper? Yeah. Great. Rob, could you start again?
I was just suggesting or wondering if it's possible to make an amendment to option 3 that the building could be put up for $1 to the groups around the area that want to retain the building.
Yeah, we're not debating option 3. If option 4 is lost, then we could go to another option. Yeah. We need to deal with option 4 at the moment, which is retain Balmoral Hall and demolish it.
So I'd have to wait to suggest it.
And if option 4 is lost, then that could be an option, a new resolution coming through. If option 4 is lost, hold it. Councillor Todd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm against the option 4. I want to speak in favour of option 3. Do I do that later on, or do that now?
If option 4 is lost, we'll move to another option, and that option could be option 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Phil?
Thank you. I want to speak against option 4. As a former dancer, I have sympathies with Charmaine and Jessie. I can see you all laughing too, by the way. But I think we have clear direction from our public to sell both sites. So I'm against option 4.
Oh, you're voting against. You will vote against option 4. Right. Thank you. Who's next is Councillor Lovett.
I like option 4, and I think if we going to retain the hall, that would give us time to get proper quotes done and see what the cost is going to be with that option, whether we repair it in the future or just use it till it deteriorates and pull it down. Would that scenario be in that option 4?
Option 4 is as it reads.
Just retaining the hall. It gives you time to look at the options of repairing the cost and
I think
balancing everything else.
If I can clarify, Mr Mayor, the word retain is retain and redevelop Balmoral Hall to an acceptable code compliance standard.
And perhaps there needs some wording just in that if we want to get a proper quote on the work and is it viable or not.
We've got the option on the table. We can't, unless you're going to make an amendment, but I'm not sure if you can because you declared an interest in early in the meeting, which was on Wednesday of last week, whatever day it was, Thursday. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. And just for clarification, for Councillor Lovett, the way I read this, it is retain and then spend the 1.3 or whatever it may be on the hall. That is part of this motion, I believe, when you carry on reading. So for that reason, I'm opposed to this. I just feel there's too much uncertainty around those figures, and inevitably it's this group of people around this table who cop the flak when it alters. So yeah, I'm not in favour of that motion.
Speaking against it, speakers for or against, Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. I'm going to speak for the motion. And I think that when we had our workshops and we went out for a preferred option, a lot has changed since then. So we've heard about the triangle development. We've heard a lot of other information that's gone. And to be fair, once it's gone, it's gone. You never get it back. So I would like to see the Balmoral Hall retained and the Polytech site redeveloped as a car park.
Councillor Cameron, you haven't spoken yet to the motion, I don't think. Or,
No, I seconded the motion.
You do you wish to speak? You don't have to, but if you're...
Oh, beg your pardon. Richard's first.
Richard?
Yep. I'm in favour of the motion because I think we talked about the car parking in that site is that we've sold the library across the main road. We haven't made a decision on the old council building, but I note that car park is just about 100% empty all the time, so there can't be demand for car parking on that side of the main road. So therefore there must be demand somewhere else, and it seems to be on this side of the main road. People are obviously lazy, don't like to walk the 100 metres across the main road, but that's fine. So maybe this part of town is going to be the future development part of the town, so therefore we should be looking at a car park there, and there's not actually that much car parking on this side of the road. And I'm in favour of redoing the Balmoral Hall, but I liked the discussion we had around getting the budgeting right, and because we want to be certain from the outset that we can do what we say we're going to do and don't get trapped in but it's going to now cost you another $500,000 or $1 million. And I'm sure that can be done. It's not that big a building. It's not a 10-storey building. It's quite manageable to look at it and go through it. Because if you're not going to do it up, you're effectively demolishing it in time.
Councillor Cameron?
I'm in favour, of, obviously, because I seconded Lane's motion, for many reasons. The first one we haven't touched on is we have committed to a culture, arts and heritage strategy, and we had some people submitting who felt that would be an ideal location to incorporate into that strategy as a site. The second reason is there's a heritage component, whether it's acknowledged in the district plan or otherwise, there is a heritage component, and I think it's a worthwhile facility. The third reason is, Richard, you alluded to it in consultation, and again today, it would be a heck of a lot to replace that resource in the centre of town. Much more than $3,000 a square metre. And it is a pivotal location, and we do not have any big halls like that for the community to use. And the fourth reason is we have employed a quantity surveyor, I'm assuming, Mr. Sean Holt, what's Sean's last name?
Doesn't matter.
To do that assessment and the report, and the report has a contingency in it, and the report has a management charge, and the report looks at the figures. So if that is not in a robust document, well, we have nothing else better to guide us, and that's dated a week ago. So an expert who's recently rebuilt this building, a year ago at the most, and obviously up to current costings of stuff, has said it's within the ballpark. So I think that we need to do that. With regards to building the car park, there are car parks, and I do not necessarily support a sealed car park. I would support a more minimal costings car park, which I think someone's brought up around the table as well. So there's multiple reasons, and I think on all fronts retaining the hall and keeping it as a community asset will not disappoint, in my view.
Councillor Todd?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When this topic was debated last week, our comment at the hall was not aesthetically inspiring. It's not architecturally inspiring either. It didn't have a sprung floor. To me, the Balmoral Hall is just an old hall. And we now have a report in front of us that the minimum spend on this building is 1.25 to 1.3, which is the minimum spend. Renovations have a habit of going over budget. There's always hidden costs, and I think if we remember the warning, you could say, in our submissions from the Apollo Group, plus Sean's words that this cost budget will address the minimum requirements only. So there's more. So to me, there's more red flags and question marks. And I believe the cost of $1.3 million is going to be heading more towards $2 million rather than staying at 1.3. So for me, this is a straight business decision. That this council, to me, councillors, this is a straight demolition job, really. And remind you all that the majority of the people who submitted either wanted the building removed or sold. So we're going against the wishes of our community in this situation. And the cost of Balmoral Hall over the 10 years is virtually $3.9 million to the community. And to me, we can spend our money far more wisely than spending it trying to save an old hall.
I'm going to speak against the motion. 24% of the submitters said retain the hall, 76 said do something else with it. The costing is accurate-ish, but we don't know what we don't know until we get into it and find what we find, and then we'll still have a hall which will be old and may cost us more than what it is estimated at. We'll never know that unless we do the job. We'll be committed. So I'll be voting against this motion. Councillor Mackle.
Yeah, I speak against it, purely a business decision. Our bums were put on these seats to make common sense decisions. If you go against what the public are saying, the 56 or whatever percent that want to demolish or relocate, we need to listen to that. There is the option of selling this building for $1 to groups, heritage groups, whoever, who believe that they want it. They can do that if they wish and would be given time for that decision, and I would believe there would be plenty of other sites that building can go. It's not necessary to keep it there.
Councillor Cameron, then we'll have a right of reply.
Yeah, just a quick note. I caution us to be second guessing the experts that provide the quote. Is outside our, and whether we, to quote Councillor Mackle, whether we are business people or not, I don't think we have the skill to second guess somebody who's clearly demonstrated a skill in that region, or we presumably wouldn't have got the quote from that person. So I caution us to do that, and I caution us to recall why we are here, and we're here to represent all the community, consider key issues, and we do not really know the support for option 4 or otherwise, because we did not go out, and that was a gap in hindsight, and ask for submissions on that. So we cannot really measure that. And so I caution us to extrapolate opinion based on issues that we basically led the community to comment on.
So Mackle, you got something further to add?
Yeah, just a wee one. It's just a wee bit of a deja vu. We have, just in recent years, with the Christchurch Cathedral, had quotes, etc., on the rebuilding of that building, and it blew that budget to bits. And we're going into a scenario here where we have no idea what Balmoral Hall is going to cost. It is foolish to make that move.
Yeah, Councillor Hooper is sitting there. I'm just going to call for right of reply. Councillor Hooper, what did you want to add?
Sorry, yeah, just a really quick one. If a car park in that location is such a good idea, shouldn't we let a developer do it and sell the sites? Thank you.
Right. Councillor Barham, you get the right of reply, if required. You'll have to put your light on.
I will push the button. Yes, there's a business case or a decision we can make, but as a councillor, you have to look further than just business. You've got a community here with about 45,000 people, and we are at 1,500. So, to me, it is something for the future. We can keep something here what is old, and that is fine if we can fix it. But to me, we have to look wider than a business case.
I'm going to put the motion, and that is to option for retain Balmoral Hall, demolish the old Polytech buildings and develop a car park on the old Polytech site. All those in favour, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lost. And one abstention, Councillor Lover, who indicated earlier in the meeting that she would not be voting through these because she hadn't been in the submissions. There's no option on the table now. Is there another option that councillors would like? Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I'll try option 3, but I'd like to make an amendment that, and I've just got to think about that, that we initially put Balmoral Hall up for tender for removal, and if that then lapses, the demolished part of this will come in.
Just looking at the recommendation, what's there is demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site.
So it will be demolish the Polytech buildings, but offer Balmoral Hall for tender for sale for removal, and for a certain time period. Do we need to put a time period in the resolution? If it doesn't sell, I suppose, then the demolishing. So we'll just offer it for sale for removal, and then if that fails, we will demolish it and redevelop the site.
Not sure if you need it. Demolish or relocate the buildings. All those buildings there could be relocated.
Oh, true.
And
I just want to be quite specific on the Balmoral Hall, so that
the first option would be relocate. If that doesn't happen,
yes, thank you.
Some may relocate, and some may not.
Yep.
And then it moves to demolish.
Okay.
I think that would be the understanding.
Yes, I think we understand the intent is that we would put all buildings up of both the Polytech and Balmoral Hall up for tender for relocation.
Yes.
And then at the conclusion of that process, those buildings that hadn't been relocated would be demolished, and we'd retain the site for future development.
Yes.
So you're happy to move it?
Yes.
And a seconder, Councillor Mackerel. Open for debate. Councillor Wilson.
It's a point of clarification. So we've got in the motion, it says redevelopment costs are not, so that's not build a car park. What is that?
Redevelop the site.
Which is what? I'm just understanding, what does that mean?
Anything.
So what does that cost? So because we've
got land for strategic purposes.
So how does that affect our rates going forward? Is it that's probably what I'm trying to understand. This is an option, but how does it affect our rates? It's sure demolish, but then do we end up with an empty shingle site?
Yes.
Or do we have to spend $202 million to turn it into a car park? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The way I would interpret the intent of this, and particularly thinking about it being different to other options, is that we've retained the site. So let's say the buildings are now gone. We continue to own the site, and our options for redevelopment are then endless, none of which we have a budget for in this LTP. So that would leave the site, we would obviously leave it tidy. Presumably it would be a shingle car park until council resolve to spend additional money on whatever the new development was to look like. That future is not factored into this LTP.
Just to clarify, if I can look into it myself, but the 630,000 covers the demolishment of the Balmoral Hall, the Polytech building, and the removal or demolishment of the 2 prefabs.
I'll just check the prefabs. I thought it was the entire site, but our guys can answer that perhaps.
My understanding, it was to demolish the 2 buildings, that's the Balmoral Hall and the Polytech site. I believe we were looking at offering to sell two portable prefabs.
Under this option, it's envisaged that you will try and sell all buildings first.
Yes, and if I just take Leanne's answer a step further, it is possible that the demolition, let's say no buildings were sold, the demolition may be greater than 630 if that's based on a couple of prefabs not being demolished. So, but again, the market will dictate the demolition costs at the time that became the course of action.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, and I'd just like to, and the disadvantages of this, the dance studio at EA would be smaller. The dancers have all said the dance option at EA Centre is not an option. It is not a place for dance. They've all said that quite clearly. There's been no one who said it's a great dance site. So it is not a dance option. They would go somewhere else within the district.
Speakers for or against? Councillor Cameron?
I will definitely be voting against this option. A second option in my view was to keep it and not spend any money on it and just watch it till next long-term plan and decide. That was the second option. This option of destroying a historical part of the town, and then we do not, and there's been no questions about the robustness of the pulling down quote, which I have significant concerns about, and developing the site is massive if you're going to put sealed car park down, which will be greater than what we were going to spend on the hall. I think is, to Councillor Mackle's point, I've been an astute business person, I think is unusual to generate $20,000 worth of car parking revenue, I think was estimated in the report. I cannot see the merits in that, and I think that that's destroying a very important part of our heritage and our future on some sort of opaque, sort of bizarre business position.
Councillor Hooper?
Thank you. Balmoral Hall valued at 1 million, Polytech site 1.4. We've had a clear message from our community. They are saying to us, we are doing it hard. We talk about the redevelopment of the Triangle site, but we didn't support that as a council, so I'm not sure why that's being brought up. I'm excited to see what Barry Redmond's going to do with the library site, and I'm excited to see what a developer would do with this site as well, so I am talking against option 3.
You're supporting option 3 or not? No. You're not. I sell the site, right. Good.
Oh,
Councillor McMillan?
thank you. I didn't quite understand that, so that's good. I don't support option 3. I don't think we've got clear enough information on the cost for this, whereas for option 4, we had a basic costing, so no, I'm not supporting option 3.
Just as we're going around, you all get to speak once. So think about it and do it once. Councillor Todd?
Thank you. I speak in support of the motion for the reasons I've already listed, really. So, and once again, Balmoral Hall is not a historic building, it's just an old building.
No further speakers for or against? Councillor Brown?
I'm against. Also, all of a sudden things are changing now. Some councillor was saying that 57% wanted to have it sold. Now apparently he's quite happy to keep the site. I'm getting confused.
Right to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that it is a very strategic location, and I think it makes good sense for council to retain ownership of it. We have had the same person cost the demolitions who costed the repairs on the Balmoral Hall, and was told we had to trust those figures, so I'm doing that. Also, we know how much the car parking is on the Polytech site, which is the majority of this site, so I can sort of calculate in my own brain roughly what the rest of it will cost to tidy up, which is not as large a figure as the repair on the hall. So, and as we've gone through this process, interestingly, we had 5 key matters we went to the community with. So far we're 50-50 on our preferred options. The water play area, the swimming pool at Tynwald or EA Networks, majority of the public told us to do something. We've decided to do nothing. EA Extension, they said if you're going to do it sooner. We're going to do it, but we pushed it back further. And now on this one, the majority have said, you know, please don't spend that money on the hall. It's just not worth it. So I am this time trying to listen to what the community told us.
Thank you. I've had the right to reply. There's no more speakers for or against. We're going to put the motion. All those in favour of option 3 which is, I'll read it, demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site. All in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion's lost. What would you like to do, councillors? We don't have any motion on the table at the moment. Councillor Cameron.
Can I put another motion that we do not do anything with the site? We leave it as it is. We tidy up the car park. We leave the site as it is. We do not incur the cost as per Councillor Hooper's comments and Councillor Mackle's businessman position. And we develop the site, tidy up the car park so we can be more efficient use of the space. And we decide we can reaffirm or otherwise and get a decent quote if people have suspicions over the quote to the Mayor's comment and Councillor Mackle's comment, or and wait and see.
Good point.
Do we have any, is that a motion that's palatable?
I'm in your hands for what you wish to do,
Would you like me to make that a motion?
if you could.
Yes, if with some real clarity. So if you were going to move what I think you're talking about, it would essentially be do nothing.
Essentially, yes. For the moment.
And seek more accurate costings on the repair of Balmoral Hall. And essentially you're pushing the decision down the road till potentially the annual plan, when you'll consult the community again and get all the same views again and have a similar debate.
Correct. Yeah. I'm going to go to Councillor Hooper if we do anything. Councillor Hooper.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move option number 2, but I'm not sure if that's appropriate now that we're discussing Carolyn's other option.
There's no motion on the table at the moment, but if you wanted to move option 2, you are open to it, or do you want to proceed with yours option first, Councillor Cameron?
I would like to proceed with my
Okay,
option.
you did signal, so we'll take your option. If could you tell us
Okay,
what
I would like
your
to,
motion?
beg your pardon, my motion is that we retain Balmoral and the Polytech, we tidy the car park up to a minimum standard, and we go out to consult at the next annual plan, and with this as an option, with this option as an option, and see what the community have to say about it. I mean, given that the other 2 options have fallen over,
Just keep it short.
that's
capture that.
Is that clear, Philippa?
I wonder whether, for the purposes of preparing our 10-year budget, we could understand what tidying up the car park to an acceptable standard involves in terms of allocating money in this budget. What you had in mind, because at the moment we
have nothing.
We don't know. We've got nothing in the budget for that.
Okay.
If it's just to leave it completely alone, pending the quote, then we can leave it completely alone. But if you want some money spent on the car park, we will need to have some clarity around that.
I'm not an engineer, but I would suggest running a roller over it to smooth it out, digging out the weeds that are around the area and mapping out the car park spaces more efficiently.
That's just general maintenance, I think.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay, are we able to indicate to council that as part of that motion, there's a sum of money of X? Is it $20,000 to do that? Is that a sensible number to put into the budget, either our property or even perhaps our infrastructure experts might indicate what would be a reasonable sum? I just want to try and make sure we come out of this decision with real clarity for the budget.
Can I just double check a couple of things? By retaining the hall, there will still be maintenance costs. We will have to do a certain level of work to carry on using it. And secondly, if we're going out to get proper design costs of the hall, I'm pretty sure I read in the paper 163,000 for that alone. So we just need to be clear that we will need to put something in this budget without even going to the car park, which I'll hand over to Neil.
Neil, you, come on.
Just a basic gravel car park you're referring to, just,
Flatten it out and roll it.
oh,
Spray the weeds.
20,000, 30,000 is a guess.
Councillor Mackerel.
Going back to Councillor Hooper's suggestion, I believe would be the best one. So, can Hoops move? When can he move that? Sorry.
So at the moment, Mr Mayor, I understand
We haven't got a motion yet, we're still typing it up here. As soon as we've got it. Yeah. Okay, we've got it. So, Philip, could you read what you have got and we can adjust if it's not quite what we were thinking?
We don't have a seconder.
No, we don't. We haven't got a mover yet.
I understand, but you'll need to just expand on this, I think, because it became disrupted. But Councillor Cameron has moved that council retains the Balmoral Hall and Old Polytech site with an upgrade of the car park to be undertaken within a question mark budget. And you did go on to say that you'd wanted to seek the community's views again in the 25-26 annual plan. Whether that needs to be part of the resolution, I'm not sure.
No. Okay, Councillor Mackerel.
Sorry, before all this was talked about,
I need to get a
Hoops tried to make a
seconder. I need to
move.
get a seconder. We've had a mover. I need to get a seconder.
All right.
And then we can debate it. Second, Councillor Brown, seconded. Yeah. Roll. All right, first, Caroline, you'll speak to the motion, then we'll debate. Did you, if you wish. You'll have a right to reply then.
I'd like
Councillor
to, yeah.
Mackerel. Councillor Mackerel, yeah. No. Speakers for or against the motion? Which, Councillor Wilson?
I'd like to speak to the motion. I feel that we talked a bit earlier on about the strategic importance of this site, potentially, and it appears from looking through the motions, this is the only one that actually retains the strategic option to the site, but because if you demolish and do everything, you've effectively said you're going to keep the site and develop it. Whereas if you sit on your hands, is what we're effectively doing for a bit, it may give us time to look at what, if it is not a strategic option to keep the site, well, then we'll sell it. That's the obvious option that would happen, and you would sell it. You may sell it as is, you may demolish you. That's a management decision to get the best value out of it. But if you decide to keep it, you'll then look at what is the best option to keep it, and that would actually may trigger whether the Balmoral Hall is the best option, or there's another option that could go there if the car park is the best option. But I feel that once you've sold it, you've sold it. Once you've developed it, you've actually gone down the road of having to do something with it. So I'm in favour of Councillor Cameron's option, but it's probably a different option. It's a different reason. It's the reason is that it gives us some time.
Councillor Todd?
Thank you. I think that once the site's cleared, that it's a strategic asset. So I'm opposed to selling the land. I think we should hang on to it for future development.
We're not selling the land, we're retaining.
Yeah, retaining the land.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I'm in favour of keeping the land.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what the motion is for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. And when you look at Christchurch, you look at some of those Wilson's car parks, they are just single car parks. They're just flat, so they're not that flash. So we can do something.
Thank you. Through the chair, I am in favour of this motion. We're not making any headway on any of the options so far, so this probably buys us a little bit of time. Selling the two sites would give us just around 2 million, I think it was, or so. And we heard earlier today that we've got $33 million in our property reserve. So I think time is the essence. Let's just wait another year and see how we go.
Councillor Ellis?
Thank you. Not sure if I'm allowed to ask. I'm just wondering what sort of figure the general maintenance over the next year might be on that site if we do retain it. What sort, is it 20,000 or is it 200,000? That's because that would affect some of the decision making, I feel.
Through Mr Mayor, the way we interpret the resolution is that everything that we need to do over the next 12 months should cost 200,000. So repairs and maintenance quote for more accurate understanding of the repair plus the car park will be tapped out at 200,000.
Which I'm not sure is what the property department thought.
Okay.
They think the 200,000 was for the, get the prices and for doing the car park.
But we have no other money in this LTP to do other repairs and maintenance. So in the absence of any further resolution to that effect, we have to do it within the 200.
Does the mover and seconder understand that basically there will be no maintenance done on that building in the next year because there's no money in the budget for it?
I think they put 200,000.
No, but the 167 for the,
Can we have clarification, please, what you're thinking?
Through the chair, we know that we've got a quote that it's roughly 163k to go and do the design, and it's 20 to 30k to do a gravel-based car park. We have to be able to run that building, which means power, it means cleaning, it means maintenance. We have to get the gutters done. All of that stuff takes money, and we can't do that within a 200k budget. That won't be doable. The income's not high that we get from the tenant.
We've taken it out of the property budget and maintain it then. You have a property budget.
To the chair, it's about 45k per annum to run the whole.
Maintain. Yeah. Councillor Meckle.
Business comment again. If the property was sold, we still have the option to go back to West Street and put a car park over there. So there's still the option over there. That hasn't been forgotten from where I'm sitting.
Yep. I'll speak against the motion. This is just kicking the can down the road. We've consulted, we've been out, we've heard the views of the community. We should have made a decision 10 minutes ago. We didn't. We're looking at just moving the can down the road and do it again next year. I'll be voting against the motion. We shouldn't be delaying. Who's got the right to apply? Councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Two previous motions have been lost. Common to both the previous motions was the aspect that we want to retain the site. Those motions have been lost. So this is a third motion that allows us to retain the site. The common theme with the previous two motions was retain the site. So this allows us to do it. The happy factor, I suppose, from the retaining Balmoral Hall is that this is still in it until we can assess the data. We have had from various people the demolition motion and the rebuild motion that the figures aren't accurate because people have insight into what's happening in Christchurch or people think there's asbestos or whatever reason. So we can get some clarity around that position. We can see what we're going to do with the site. We're not going out there and bowling it and leaving a blank site. So I think delaying it 12 months is probably not a bad compromise. I think it's a reasonable compromise based on all the conflicting issues that are around the table at the moment.
The right of reply has been had, Councillor Todd.
I was just point of clarification, that was all. So,
I'm not sure if you can. The right of reply is the last speaker, so we can't. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5. That motion's lost. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to break for lunch. lunch break, and welcome Councillor Hooper, who didn't join us for lunch, but we've now, the only option we haven't moved or seconded or debated is option 2. Is there any will from the councillors to move that option, or do you want to move to another pathway forward if that option is not taken up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that option, please.
Option 2, and that is?
Sell both sites.
Sell both sites. So Councillor Hooper moved, seconded Councillor Mickle. Open for debate, and you'll get to speak once, and then you'll get you can speak to the motion first, Councillor Hooper, and you can have a right of reply at the end, and all councillors will only get to speak once. Councillor Mickle. Or, Councillor Hooper, did you want to speak the motion to start with?
Yeah, just quickly, just reiterating what I've said throughout the morning this morning. Only 24% of people want to retain Balmoral Hall. That leaves 76% saying get rid of it in one form or another. And there was an underlying message throughout a lot of the submissions on various topics of we're doing it tough in this community. Please go easier on us as far as rates go. I think this is the sensible option. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mickle.
Thank you. As Hope said, a high percentage of people want this cleared, this site. I believe it's a waste of ratepayer money to spend in excess of 200,000 in the meantime or short term to potentially have it demolished anyway by a future council other than us. And I believe that we need to, well, clearly, in my opinion, Balmoral Hall is buggered. And both sites need to be cleared and sold. And I believe long term, or looking further out, the police, which reside next door, need a large, or basically they need first right of refusal on the sale of the property, and which would give us a potential chance to lease it back off the police for a car park that could be developed with crusher dust in the meantime. We need to look after our police. They need to be in a strategic part of town, and which this site is. And we need to look at the big picture here. Rather that we sort of need to take the emotion out of this, we need to listen to our larger percentage of ratepayers which want this place sold.
The option here, the motion here is to sell both sites, and whoever buys them is whoever buys them. Yeah, Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the motion. I think if both sites are sold, that's it. We've lost those sites forever, and there was a clear indication from a lot of submitters that it will be an ideal car park area. If we sell it, we don't have control of what it will end up being.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you, Sir. Yes, I also speak against it. And as Liz said, a number of submissions that we had during our deliberations, there was that they wished to hang on to the area for future use, for the likes of car parking. So if we sell it, once it's gone, it's gone. So at this stage, I'm definitely in favour of retaining that land.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I also speak against the motion. The council owns other land, including our old building across the road, that I believe that we, at some stage in the future, and I'm hoping in the near future, will be putting on the market. And I think this land has a higher level of importance due to its location. So I think it's far more wise for us to retain ownership of this.
Councillor Cameron.
I speak against the motion. I do not support any motion that's sort of a poor compromise on the original intent, and I speak clearly against the motion.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm following the councillors in front of me. I'm against this motion.
I'm also against the motion. I think we should be retaining the site for future strategic purposes. Don't know what they are yet, but it's a prime piece of land which could be developed into anything in the future. Speaking against the motion. Any further speakers for or against? Councillor Hooper, right to reply.
Possibly no point, but I'm just wondering if this is our business, how well is it going for us at Eastfield?
Thank you. You can put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? 2 for, the rest against. The motion was lost and one abstaining. Motion's lost. So, councillors, to move forward now, I think we've decided that we're not selling the sites. It's decided. So then we need to look at each site, I think, in separation. So we have the Balmoral Hall site. There were some options there. Should we sell it? Should we do nothing, which will cost 45k a year to operating expenditure on it? Do nothing and do a detailed costing on developing it, or invest in the site. Not sure about the investment. Councillors, what would you like to do?
Could I have a point of clarification, Mr Mayor? So the earlier motion, it took out the option of demolishing the Balmoral Hall and retaining the site.
What I just read, there was no talk about demolish, was there? Okay, Hamish.
I think all previous motions, all of which have been lost, have considered the site in total together. So what we haven't done is considered each of Balmoral Hall and the Polytech, both buildings and sites, separately. So what I understand the Mayor to be proposing is that we consider each site completely separately. So in considering Balmoral Hall, you are free to reconsider any particular treatment of Balmoral Hall, but that still leaves the need for consideration of the Polytech site quite separate to the decision you're making or the debate around what you do with Balmoral Hall. So that's the distinction that's being made here. You're dealing with each completely separately in order to distinguish it from the motions that have previously been put and lost.
So that site by site. Deal with the Balmoral Hall site first. Sell it, do nothing, invest, or do it up. Or demolish. Councillor Cameron.
We did discuss the demolish option and it was declined.
We discussed the demolish option, but in conjunction with the whole site. In order to
I think we're splitting hairs.
No, what the Mayor's proposing is that we haven't considered Balmoral Hall on its own. Every resolution associated with Balmoral Hall has also included in some fashion work on the Polytech site. So what we're proposing now in order to try and make progress through a clearly difficult issue is to separate the two out to see whether there is a consensus or a majority view on each site separate from the other.
I just would like it recorded that this is a very unusual approach to the Balmoral Hall issue, and I feel it's already been discussed and settled, but I'd just like that recorded. I don't think it's right to do it like this.
What would you suggest? Floor's yours. Nothing has been decided and settled. The floor's yours. What would you like to do with Balmoral Hall?
Well, I voted to retain Balmoral Hall in some capacity or another,
and that was lost. So that's gone.
Lost.
That's gone. It's lost.
I think we declined demolishing it though. That was lost as well, wasn't it?
In conjunction with the whole site, with the Polytech site.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a pathway forward. If you've got a better one, please give it to us. Doing nothing is not an option.
A decision based on a 5-minute chat, round the table, I don't think that's a valid option.
We're having the chat right now.
That's what I'm talking about.
We're having the chat right now. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
We've consulted on this for the last 3 months. And we're down to decision time. We've listened to the submissions that have come in. And we've had 4 options in front of us, and we've chosen none of them. So now we're splitting the site into 2 sites. Can we make a decision on that? If you want to park the belt, Liz,
Could we discuss the Polytech site now first?
let's go to Polytech site
Yeah,
first.
I think then we might get a clearer.
Same thing with Polytech site. Do you wish to sell it? Do you wish to do nothing? Do you wish to invest it into a car park?
And that invest option is, we would interpret to be demolish the buildings and turn into a car park. And that could be sell the prefabs, demolish the remainder and turn the site into a car park.
Sell and redevelop us.
Can we have the costings associated with that? We have had costings elucidated with regards to the other option. What's the costings associated? What sort of car park?
Well, you've had those are the other options, the car park.
Well, we can't.
To demolish the building was...
Clean slate.
It's in your report. It was 600,000 odd to demolish it. The car park was 1.9 to do a sealed one and 1 point something to do a shingle one.
The 600 odd was demolishing both, I believe.
So, Mr Mayor, in order to help Councillor Cameron, can our presenters advise demolition of the Polytech site only, and the car park either asphalt or crusher dust for the Polytech site only? And I think we built the overall quote up that way, so I'm sure it'll be there somewhere. Yep.
Through the chair, to demolish the Polytech site was 450,000. To build a car park, and that was based, I've only got the figures based on us developing the Polytech site, so that's all I can answer on. Cool. To build a sealed car park is 1.89 million, 1.891, and if we wanted to add an EV charging, there'd be another 73.5k.
Is that for the whole site or just the Polytech site?
It is for the Polytech site.
No, it's the whole site.
Surely.
Just, it is the whole site, so that's including one block to the east of the Polytech, to the Balmoral Hall building.
And if we took that Balmoral Hall site area out, what would be the price of Polytech car park only?
We'll just have to do a few calculations.
Yeah, just
with this
broadly,
in a
it's just to
minute.
give the councillor the broad understanding.
I don't think that's right.
Liz?
I was actually going to move that we invest in the car park for the Polytech site. I know we haven't had all the numbers yet, but I think we've got to move ahead.
So you're thinking demolish the buildings, demolish or sell the buildings, they're worth, some of them might be worth saleable. Demolish or sell and redevelop the site into a car park. Is that your recommendation for the Balmoral, for the Polytech site?
No, I don't want.
Yep, go for it. Have you got the recommendation?
Elena, you. So my would be demolish or relocate buildings and redevelop the site, which was option 3, but I'm just doing it solely for the Polytech site.
Right. Yes. Explain.
I second that.
Yep. Philippa, you've got that, which is demolish or relocate the buildings and redevelop the Polytech site is the recommendation. Moved and seconded. Councillor McMillan, Councillor Brown. Open for debate. Do you want to speak to it? Councillor Meckle.
Yeah, I'm in support of that for that area, yes.
Speakers for or against? If not, I'm going to put the motion. I'll take Councillor Todd.
Sorry, that's right. I speak in favour of the motion, Mr Chairman. Being a person who wants to clear both sites, so if we're going to do it one bite at a time, then that's what we're doing.
No speakers. Hamish?
Clarification. So just clarification, did the car park, is that a sealed car park? No?
Through the chair, cheapest option possible.
Okay, thank you.
Good direction. Which is not sealed. Councillor Merkel, you've spoken.
Is the electrical charging of vehicles absolutely necessary there?
Nope.
If not, don't do it.
Yep. We could have that option as when we get, when a tender is let, we can decide then whether EVs in or out. Tony?
Thank you. Through the chair, just back of the envelope type scratchings to do a gravel car park at the Polytech site without EV charging is coming in about 1 point.
It's 1.5 with the demolition.
Oh, sorry, with the demolition is coming in at 1.56.
1.583.
That'll be firmed up as we move.
It will, yes, but that's the quantum of numbers you're thinking.
It'll be capital funded, capital works, capital funded, so it's a good indication what it is, would be. Speak, right to reply?
Right to reply, if there's no. We need to make a decision. It's been tough, but I think we have shown that, and we have heard from submitters that people want a car park in there. Our preferred option probably went out before there was an interest in the Triangle site, so I think this is probably the clear option, but I do want to stress we want to be going for the cheapest option possible.
I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried, one abstention. Well done. Let's move over to the Balmoral Hall site. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I'm happy to test the waters first, Mr. Mayor. Having just spent 1.5 million, I will move that we demolish the Balmoral Hall.
And retain the site.
And retain the site.
Right, a seconder. Councillor Mac. Demolish or sell?
Oh, yes.
The building?
Yes.
The building?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll have that in the motion, demolish or sell the building. Councillor
I'll make an amendment to that motion that says
Councillor Mack will second
that retain the Balmoral Hall for 2 years or until unusable, whereby it's demolished. Which is the same. It's the same logic. It's just giving it time for the community to find other options or do whatever. Because yours is straight away, isn't it?
1st of July. Hamish?
I think, Mr. Mayor, it's a direct negative, really. If demolish or sell is the decision, then a resolution to say demolish or sell in 2 years' time, which allows time for people to reconsider, feels like a vote against that motion rather than an amendment. And it might be a separate motion to follow if this failed. That would be, I think, the view.
It does feel as though it's the opposite of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Todd.
Mr. Mayor, I support the motion. I've already spoken this morning on the reasons for demolishing the Balmoral Hall, so I don't need to revisit that. So I'm definitely in favour of demolishing the hall and retaining the site.
Point of clarification, was it to sell or demolish the hall?
To sell or demolish the hall, but retain the site. Further speakers for or against? Right to reply. We'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hoops, or against? Against 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's Lane? Oh, 5. Sorry, 5. That's lost. Next option. Councillor Wilson.
I'd like to put a motion that we retain the Balmoral Hall for 2 more years, whereby, or until it is unusable, which covers off the discussion they had around it being a thing, whereby it is demolished.
So just shorten it up, that the Balmoral Hall is to be retained for 2 years, then demolished if unusable.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm giving it 2 more years.
Right, clear? Unusable.
Or unusable, because in a year's time, if it becomes unusable, which is unusable, I've defined by the property team saying you can't use it because of it's dangerous or it's condemned or something, that becomes a different.
Yep. So you've moved, seconded, Rob, put your light off, Richard. Richard.
Oh, sorry.
Seconded. Just wondering if I can add to that there is to
No,
be.
you can't add to the motion.
Aye.
Moved and seconded, open for debate. Oh, Rob.
Yep, I just want to say that over that 2 years, no more money is to be invested in that building.
It needs to be maintained.
And maintenance includes the power bill and cleaning it, and so we have to spend a little bit of money, and that's currently 45 grand a year. Yeah. Pull the leaves out of the gutters, all that normal stuff.
Normal repairs and maintenance.
Yes, agreed, normal repairs, but not spending 45,000, 160 odd thousand is a no from
Well,
me.
the 45 will be because that's what it costs to maintain it a year. Yeah. Councillor McMillan?
Thank you. I'd support this if it was to be sold or demolished. Is that the intention?
At the end of 2 years. Yep. Yep. Speakers for, against. Do you want to write a reply? Councillor, who's on? Councillor Todd.
Thank you. Reluctantly, I suppose I will support this motion, but at the end of the day, we're kicking the can down the road, really, because all we're doing is delaying the decision, because in 2 years' time, we'll come to the same decision that we could have made today.
In 2 years' time, it'll be demolished. Councillor Hooper, then Councillor Lovett.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Tony that we're kicking the can down the road. And yeah, once again, I'll just reiterate my feelings that we're not doing what the community wanted us to do.
Councillor Lovett?
I'd just say it's a good option, giving tenants time to find other places for their operations. And it may seem like kicking a can down the road, but I think if it passes, it's the best solution for their. It gives people time to grieve the losing a hall and everything else, and yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because I just asked for clarification
Right.
before, so that's okay,
Right.
isn't it? I'm happy to support this. While Councillor Hooper says we're not doing, as the public said, we heard from 1,500 people out of a population of 36,000. So I guess there's a lot of people who don't have an opinion on this, which is why we're the ones that have to make the decision. I think, 2 year time frame is probably okay.
Clarification?
Yes, absolutely, just clarification. Is this just the hall or the hall and site? And the difference
So
then rests around...
the site it was agreed that we were not going to sell the site, so therefore the site is retained, and I'm just talking about what's above the ground effectively, because that's all we can discuss.
Yep. That's just when I added the words selling the hall, my own phrasing then looked like we were revisiting the sale of the site. So
No, it's the structure.
Yes.
The land is retained.
Yes, thank you.
I talk to it now?
Yep.
I proposed this option because I split the hall into two areas. One, its functionality being used by the public for many different things, and the people that are there now, once they realise that it's going, they may come up with other options to build something new that you don't know. They could come up and say, well, this we should, within 2 years' time, they will have thought of an option, they will have moved out, they may have whatever, so that use of the hall will be much clearer, and if it's required, there'll be a call from the community to do something. And then the other side is the historic side. I look at the numbers and I just see that it's probably too difficult to save it because of the volume of work, and that outweighs the benefit of keeping it. So that's why I've said 2 years gives people time to adjust and to come to a new position, but really in 2 years' time it's gone. So that's where I said demolished, as Councillor McMillan suggested. It's removing the structure from the site. That's what I'm suggesting.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against. 1, 2, passed. Councillor Hooper was against or for? I missed you, Phil. Against. Right. 3 against. Okay. You recorded again? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Got there. Next item on the agenda is airport fees and charges. Nothing further to add, is it? I don't think to add. We had a meeting with the airport authority on Monday night, and they are all in agreement of what is here. 100%. So we have a recommendation there. The council, we need to uplift this item of business. Recommendation we uplift this item of business. Moving a seconder. Councillor Braham, Councillor Todd, all in favour, please say aye. And page 43 on Stella. The recommendations are there. Someone like to move?
Yep.
Councillor McMillan?
I'll move all 4 points. Do you want me to read those out?
If you want to.
They're on screen. That the council introduces a bulk landing fee of $200 for annual fee holders for 24-25. The council introduces a flat $12 fee per landing to include all landings for up to 1 hour for casual airport users for 24-25. The council amends the revenue and financing policy for the Ashburton Airport from 40 to 50% fees and charges and 50 to 60% general rate to 30 to 40% fees and charges and 60 to 70% general rate, taking effect on the 1st of July 24. That council directs officers to investigate alternate management and operation models for the Ashburton Airport over 24-25.
Councillor Braham seconded.
I did.
Open for debate. Councillor Michael.
Wondering if I could make an amendment to number 2, please, with the $12 landing fee for 1 hour.
You can make an amendment.
Yeah, it's been brought to my attention. I think it's Motueka has in the last couple of days had a $15 landing fee for a day, and that has been used as that airport's been used as an example through this process, and that's what they've come to. And wondering if we can match that. And my second, a question I want just while I'm here. We have a ladies fly-in on this week, and this has been proposed in the 11th hour for them. Is it, if it's voted for today, is that it? Do they have to pay?
This is on 1st of July.
1st of July, thank you. Yeah, just wanted to make an amendment to that $12 for 1 hour to $15 for a day, please.
Yeah, which is way different than what we discussed with the airport the other night.
It is, but
he had ample time to talk to us about it.
It is, but Motueka has been sorted since that date, I believe.
I don't care anything about Motueka. I'm doing Ashburton Airport. But there's an amendment there. Yep. Someone second that amendment? No. There's no second for the amendment. So the original motion stands. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Done. Airport fees. Next on to the Aviation Museum Insurance Funding. We need to uplift this item of business. I'll move a second for that. Councillor McMillan, Cameron, all in favour, please say aye. And aviation, in the memo you have, is we don't give them $5,000 for the insurance, as agreed with the Aviation Museum. Councillor Cameron?
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
The motion is we do not give them the $5,000 because it has been apportioned to the lease. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. Well, not in my interpretation. My understanding is that we want to give the Aviation Museum a surety over the next 30 years by giving them a lease that would have to bring to council because it's more than 10 years, whereas paying a one-off of 5,000 isn't giving them the long-term surety. Does that answer the question?
Yes, so are we committing to a lease surety in this plan?
No.
No.
The lease
No.
is subject to separate negotiation.
There's a recommendation here which will be council does not approve funding of $5,000 in year one of the long-term plan for the Ashburton Aviation Museum insurance costs. Does not.
Is this that is a recommendation? Is this also an appropriate time to bring up the recommendation that we do commit to working hard together to a lease surety?
Yeah, that's a given.
Right.
That'll be underway.
Happy to move.
Move that the council does not fund 5,000 for insurance. Councillor Hooper, second. Councillor Hooper seconded. Open for debate. This is the wish of the Aviation Museum. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Then we're into general LTP decisions, roading unsubsidised. We need to uplift that item of business and move in a seconder. Councillor Todd, Councillor Brown. All in favour, please say aye. Roading. Welcome, Mark. Neil, anything further to add to your report?
No, nothing further to add.
Questions? Councillor Wilson?
The increased investment in roading in the unsealed area, will it result in a higher level of, there's a word, I just got the word, not outcome, service to those communities, which is 1,000 k's of our roads, to those communities having a high level of, having putting the extra funding in, will it result in a higher level of service to those communities?
Yeah, we would hope so. Just bearing in mind that the increase that we're going for is matches the cost fluctuations we've had over the last 3 years. So we're sort of just catching up to what we were 3 years ago. But yes, we're able to put more maintenance metal on the road than we were the current year. And we'll carry on doing the routine grading, things like that. But the maintenance metalling is where you'll see more going on the road, not 48,000 cubes that we are targeted for, but an increase to what we're able to do at the moment.
Could you clarify that, please? Because we've put in our long-term plan, we had 48,000, and as we've gone along, we've come to the realisation that we can't afford to do that amount. So it's because it's concerning that if we put this money in, the money then is used to fund that, and the money is then transferred to other areas of the roading network. So this money is just being used to 100% fund the Shingle Road renewing. That's what I'm concerned of.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the way I see we would treat this $500,000 if approved is it's unsubsidised roading, and council is in control of how that is spent. So while we understand the intent here is for extra metal on unsealed roads, at the time that we came to do that work, council would have visibility of that decision because it's the spending of unsub money.
Can you please clarify that? Does that mean that it could go anywhere?
Only by council decision.
So council really needs to see the full program. When will that be developed, or is it developed for next financial year?
Well, you could, in thinking that through, if that was an uncomfortable place for council in resolving to add $500,000 to the unsubsidised budget now, you could resolve that it only be spent on metalling of unsealed roads, and then we would give effect to that.
Over and above what was going to be spent anyway.
In addition, yes, that's right, an additional 500.
Just through the chair, just clarified, so I may have misunderstood the question for a start. We're increasing it by $200,000 a year for our maintenance meddling from our current program. If you're talking about another $500,000 on top of that, and only for maintenance meddling, that would enable us to spread the 48,000 cubic metres a year, if we're having that for every year. If we don't have that $500,000, we'll be putting about 34,000 cubic metres on our unsealed roads. So that's the difference it would make, and I would think if we're putting there for our unsealed roads, then it should be ring fence for unsealed roads, just like in the land transport program now. There's funding there for sealed roads, and rehab is for pothole prevention, which is something that NZTA and the government have pushed for now. So it's doing a similar thing to that, but we're saying it's just for unsealed roads. So yes, it will make a difference if it is ring fenced for that on top of our subsidised funding.
How many thousand cubic metres does $500,000 get you approximately?
Well, about an extra 14,000. So
14, yeah. I'm not sure whether there's a recommendation on this paper or not, but it's hard to find one. So someone got one? Okay, so the recommendation is the council approves an additional $500,000 of unsubsidised funding across years 1 to 10 for the maintaining the sealed roading network. Maintaining the unsealed. Unsealed. A mover?
Yes, I'll move that.
Also a seconder? I'll second. Debate. Councillor Wilson. Oh. No, you've moved it, so you can have
the reasoning, I think, to give some comfort to the rest of the community, the numbers have been put through the machine, and it came out that it would cost your average. We use an Ashburton resident with a capital valuation of $441,000. That's the rateable value of 3 years ago, so your house may be worth more now, but it's still under those rates. It's $13 per annum. And the rural average ratepayer will pay $246. So this is it's a way of investing more in the rural roads, and the money goes to the rural roads, and the urban people aren't actually being asked to fund it because the number's quite small as opposed to the 246. So it's a way of, and if we manage to keep up our shingle roads better, that will actually lead to the perverse outcome of having more money in the future for our tar seal roads, because we'll have better roads in the rural areas, which will mean that there's more money effectively, I think, to maintain the tar seal roads.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I speak in opposition to this. There were many business cases that never made the cut to this year's LTP through lack of funding because of our increase in spend on roading network with a 20% increase. And I believe a lot of those business cases would have had a benefit to our ratepayers, but we never got to see them. So we never consulted on this. I don't believe we should be budgeting $6 million over the next 10 years for something we never consulted on.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot support this either. I find it really hard that we do it not subsidised. So basically it costs us twice as much. And also I understand that it's 5% of the road users. They're getting a lot of money and the holes stay where they are.
Councillor Cameron.
I support the motion. I think it is indeed a very small proportion of the road users, but also a lot of heavy vehicles go down those roads with grain trucks and Fonterra trucks or whatever. And I think if you take your shingle roads down to bare metal, I'm just assuming, I don't know, I'm no engineer, but to get them rehabilitated up to where they need to be costs a heck of a lot more than maintaining a minimum standard. So I support the motion.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you. One of the biggest feedback we had in our submissions was fix the roads. So I think we need to be investing more in our roads, so I support the motion.
Councillor Merkel.
Thank you. Absolutely support this motion. Yep, all good comments, and I can't add to that.
Right to reply.
Yeah, I just want to assure people that it is different to some of the other business cases, because when you look at the rural profile of the rural ratepayer, they do invest a lot in the general rate, which may not be seen to benefit them as much as other ratepayers, but the roading rate is one that benefits them, and this is really investing in the bit that benefits them.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Next item, EA Networks Stadium Scoreboard. Oh, was it? Okay. We've got the EA Networks Stadium Scoreboard. Welcome, Richard, Sarah. Anything further to add?
Through the chair, we raised the issues last Thursday, I believe, just about the current scoreboards and the challenges we're starting to see in terms of display and accuracy. The direction we received from council was not to fund additional funding in year one and to relook at our budget. This is what we have done, whereby we plan to swap two existing projects that are in the budget now to enable the upgrade of the scoreboards to be year 2 as opposed to year 4. So it's just coming with a solution as per the direction given, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Councillor McMillan?
Thank you. Through the chair, what were the aquatic play improvements planned?
Thank you. Through the chair, the exact specifications wouldn't be scoped until closer to the time. But if you remember back, we did some changes to the splash toys that are on the deck there. In doing that, we created a system where they can be interchanged on a regular basis to try and keep the space more interesting. So when we say aquatic play improvements, it would be making changes to those to keep that spray place as interesting as popular for the community.
So how did you get to the 102,500? Was that just 100k plus inflation, or how did that happen?
Through the chair, I believe that's 100k plus inflation on year 2. It was using some of the costing from the previous times that we've done aquatic play improvements.
So how old is the aquatic improvements you've got now?
I guess it was also an extension whereby you may be aware that there's spray jets, I guess, in the lazy river. There's different things that we can do there, so it's not necessarily swapping out the things that were more recently put in, but actually different enhancements to the lazy river concept as opposed to changing what we've already got.
And if we swap these around, how do you propose to fund it? What's the funding mechanism?
These have been, I'll answer, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me, Leanne. These have been funded through cyclic renewals of depreciation.
Correct. Through the chair, correct.
So there's no capital in here?
Well, it is capital.
Is it loan funded?
It is, my understanding, it is funded through depreciation. It's a cyclical replacement. I'm just looking to Erin, but I can't see her. Through the chair, again, this comes down to our EA Sports and the way it's been depreciated in the past. We'd have to review what the depreciation balance is, and any gaps would come through loan funding.
Okay. Loan funding is in a capital item.
These are capital. We believe both of them are renewal, but because the depreciation, with it all being in the building initially and not being separated out, I need to check to make sure there's funding available as part of the renewal.
So the old scoreboards then that are wearing out, what happens to them? Or should they be depreciated how many years? 40 years, the same as the building?
They were part of the original building. They weren't separated out. The replacement will be standalone and depreciated specifically, and I'm going to guess, based on the age of the building now, that that's probably a 10-year depreciation. So that will change. Every new item we now buy for that building, that is plant, equipment, we stand outside of the building.
Yeah, no, not concerned, but yeah, the question is, if you've got the capital item of the scoreboards, you get rid of them, then they've been purchased with a loan, they're gone, then you purchase more scoreboards with a loan, doesn't feel right. It should be depreciation, it's replacing those scoreboards. Because what do you do with the old scoreboards? You're still depreciating them over the next 20 years and you haven't got them. How do you deal with that?
This is the challenge of the fact that the building was capitalised in one piece, and also the fact that there was a decision from council on how to carry out that depreciation process, and it wasn't 100%. These will be written off, but they aren't standalone at the moment, so I can't write down the building by any value. It's not material to the whole building.
Yeah. I'm happy. I don't think they should be loan funded though. They should be replacing a capital item. They should be.
And if there's sufficient depreciation, we won't. But if the depreciation doesn't exist, then we have little other way of funding capital other than debt, unless you wish to rate to buy capital.
Yeah. And when we get to that stage in 2 years' time, let us decide that. Which
yes, but we have to provide something in the budget now.
Yeah, you do. You do. It's just swapping these over.
So this isn't
very
change.
simple.
Yeah. So this won't change the budget material other than 5K, but it will come to council and as part of the annual plan anyway.
Okay, good. Further questions, councillors? Someone happy to move? Councillor Ellis?
Thank you. Happy to move that council approve bringing forward the renewal of school board upgrades to year 2 from year 4 and delaying the aquatic play improvements from year 2 until year 4.
Seconder? Second. Councillor Todd. Open for debate. Being none, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. EA Network Centre fees and charges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to raise 2 points. One is some new information that I wish to share with regards to the 2-tiered membership, as we discussed last week, being the wet or the dry option, or the full facility-wide membership. Initially, we thought that would come into effect 1 July 2024. We have since found out and discovered that the rebuild and reconfiguration of doing that as opposed to the preferred option is significantly more complex from an IT perspective. So we are asking that changes in terms of effective date to the 5th of August 2024. It provides the time for us to do the work to enable it. So the challenge we have is that there's a resolution from last Wednesday that particularly said the date of 1 July. So we need to amend that the best way forward.
What we're going to do is just uplift this item first, so we'll move in a second for that. Councillor Todd, Councillor Wilson, all in favour please say aye. Against, carried. Now, any further questions? Councillor? On the day?
It was Wilson and Brown. Sorry, no, take it back, wrong one. It was Hooper and Ellis.
So the tightest way here might be if the mover and seconder are happy to amend the start date for the 2-tier structure from that original motion, then we could correct it within the same meeting.
So we won't need those mover and seconders if that mover and seconder of that one are happy. Everyone else, and what do we do with that? We don't need to put that now. We're all in agreement? Yep. Or we'll put that motion. Then we change it to the 5th of August. Is that a change? Yeah. Debate. Put the motion, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you.
And then the report as it stands, that eliminates the need for recommendation number 2 and recommendation number 3, because everything else is covered.
So which one have we got left?
Number 1.
The 1. Council adopts the fees and charges for the EA Network Centre 24-25 as set out. Councillor Cameron, you
I just
moving?
have a question.
Sorry.
With regards to, I'm just looking at consistency, casual prices. Student $8.50 for an exercise class. In the past, or student with ID, has been the same price as a senior over 65, but for some reason for the exercise they're $1 dearer. If they want to go for a swim, they're the same rate. I just wondered why why they can't be the same rate for the seniors. I don't understand why that's moved. That was all.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there is some logic to your point, Councillor Cameron. We have tried to standardise this all concession pricing, and that does look like an anomaly. So we are happy if that was $7.50 to align, if you so wish.
So pleased that I strike a chord with logic somewhere.
So with that amendment, everyone's moving second is happy with that amendment? I've got to move in a second. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. That was a question. No, been a long day. Any further questions? No, someone like to move? Councillor Cameron moving. Councillor McMillan seconding. Any debate? All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. I think we've knocked it off. Tony. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, through the chair. With your indulgence, we have one matter as we're working through things, getting ready for audit coming in next week with the LTP that we just want to test our thinking on. In the draft LTP at the moment includes the project for the water main under the second bridge. And we, as officers, have conflicting information based on the workshop discussions around whether this was in or out. At the moment it's in, so it's straightforward if you want to leave it in. But if you do not want this in the draft LTP, now is the time to pass a resolution to take it out. Because we do recall conversation both ways.
I thought we decided at the time it wasn't in.
There was discussion, there were statements. We don't have a clear view of council's will as opposed to individual comments.
What's the reasoning for having it there?
Just to provide a secondary loop supply to Tynwald and down to Lakewood. So it's just to add a more robust water supply network with an additional ring main.
Next question, is there any plans for another well in Tynwald?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. I remember 10 years ago, or might be more, we put a well in Tynwald for this exact reason, because there was only one pipe going across to Tynwald with one source of water, and to give it Tynwald reassurance of surety that they'll get water, we put a well on the Tynwald side. That's why we did it, because, so this is the reverse opposite of what happened 10, 12 years ago. I don't support it. I think it's, there's enough surety there now. Councillor Cameron,
Thank
question.
you. To build, would this go under the new bridge? Yep. So there may be an opportunity to have this supported by, NZTA perhaps in the design.
No, unlikely.
Unlikely. Would this water, if there is indeed a well, although there doesn't sound like there is.
There is a well. There is a well.
Will this water require less treatment for the well in Tynwald? Like, what are the advantages of doing this pipe under the bridge? Like, why would we do it?
Through the chair, it's just a pipe that would connect to our Ashburton water supply and be part of the whole network, a broader network, just an additional ring main for future-proofing the whole network.
And do we know the cost of that? Just again, please. 123,000, is that what it is?
No. It's more than that. Add all them up. 5 million to put a pipe across the bridge.
Yes, I can get Andy Guthrie down to explain more about it if you would like. How it was built up and exactly more about it.
Yep. Russell.
And I think you'll find maybe one of the reasons for this is the nitrate level in the Tynwald supply. Where they've drilled the well is a higher nitrate area, and the nitrate level out of that well, I believe, 7 or 8 or something, so it's creeping up there. So I think this will give a more secure, safer drinking water supply to the residents of Tynwald.
Do they not already have it with the pipe that goes under the bridge?
Well, I don't know the capacity, so that would have to be.
Councillor Mackel. We're in question time still, won't we? Yeah, we haven't had a mover or seconder yet. Questions?
The question is, I just wondered where these figures are coming from. I was involved with running a sewer pipe underneath, or a new sewer pipe from Loburn to Rangiora, and it went under the Ashley Bridge, the new Ashley Bridge. And when that bridge was built, they built in a moulding for the pipe to be put up under the bridge, so it was protected from any flood water for future, for putting the pipe under it in the future, which was done. And when the pipe was put in with the moulding already there, the price of doing that pipe work, being a sewer main, cost around 100,000. So where the hell are these figures come from?
You? How do you get these estimates?
I've just checked if Andy Guthrie can pop down, he'll have the information.
Question, Councillor Lovett.
I'm just going to ask, with the well in the pipeline we've got there at the moment, and with Tynwald rapidly growing, how many years have we got sitting there before we need another pipeline or another well to service Tynwald, and knowing the nitrate levels there as well? Is this a really important piece of infrastructure we should consider?
Well, it might be a question for Mr Guthrie.
Yeah, through the chair, if they can wait for Andy Guthrie, he can answer those questions.
Councillor Brown, sorry.
I've got a question. Neil might be able to give us an answer. All the wells in town, are they connected? They've got ring lines to go or not?
The network is,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, certainly.
And there's a reason
it's
for
a
that,
big
is it?
network and it's all connected, so if there's a break or issues in some part, you can isolate that and supply it from other parts of the network, and that's what we refer to as having a lot of ring mains, so you can do that.
And that's what you try to do in Tynwald as well?
That's correct.
Correct, thank you.
Russell?
I was just thinking, is it correct this may be part of the influence of the EF5 spike in our thing, but this will be loan funded anyway, won't it? So it won't have a huge influence. I assume also that this is for the whole project, not just for the pipe under the bridge, I would hope, at those figures.
Andy's just been filled in on the question.
Right. So the second bridge pipeline project is something we've had in mind for some time. What it effectively does is provide another key lifeline across to Tynwald. We do have a full water treatment plant and bore in Tynwald, and that was put in a number of years before we had this opportunity for the second bridge. The fact that the second bridge would be, when the second bridge is built, it would be cheaper to put a pipeline on it at that time than it would be to install it at a later date if it then became required. In terms of the costing, the project's in two phases. The first part of the project is just the river bridge itself from Chalmers Ave end across to as far as Carter's Terrace, I think, is the limit. And then The second phase of the project is the larger phase, which then takes it right through to Graham Street. So there's two distinct parts to the project, but the connectivity one, getting a second connectivity across the river is still, in our view, a worthy project.
So which of the dollar figures is just to get it across the bridge?
I think the dollar figures that you should be focusing on just to get across the bridge are the year 2, 3 and 4 costs.
So what's the year 5 one?
The year 5 is the second phase part, so that would take it right across to Graham Street.
Obviously a new pipe, because there's no road there at the moment.
Well, that's right. Yeah, it would go in conjunction with the extended road.
Yep. And what are the nitrates in Tynwald at the moment?
They're sitting above 50% of the MAV, so they're around about 6, 7 at the moment. We are doing some investigations using Aqualink. We've asked them to try and give us some sort of forecast as to when we might breach the MAV, the current MAV. We've also asked them the question, what is the prospect of getting out of the high nitrate water by going deeper in the same bore. So there's a couple of little investigations we're doing at the moment.
Councillor Wilson?
Councillor Hooper's first.
Phil?
Thank you. Andy, is there, apart from going deeper, is there anything else at the site in Tynwald that we can do to improve the water quality?
You can treat for nitrate, but it's extremely expensive. So I think we would probably explore other options and try and get a better source water before we explored the treatment option.
Councillor Wilson?
As having been involved in nitrates, as a farmer, and that's what we do in HH Wet out the Hines Way, I'd just like to think that we perhaps can look into it more just to see where, because that's a very fast moving place, just digging deeper, or whether we should be looking at different zones, because that's what MAR is all about, reducing nitrates in the ground. And there may be a win-win for the district if we looked into the, partnering with them to have a better source of water. I understand we've done that in Mayfield to improve the bore at Mayfield with the MAR water going into the river there is helping to improve the groundwater at Mayfield. So I'm just concerned that the two are being confused. The nitrate is one aspect, but isn't this this is just a reticulation problem, almost solution, rather than the nitrate's being used as an excuse for doing this rather than a solution.
Well, to be clear, any connectivity we can have that improves the overall robustness of the network is a good thing. I think if the nitrate issue wasn't present in Tynwald, we would still be advocating for the bridge connection. I don't think that changes anything.
Councillor Meikle?
And it's my understanding that when they build this bridge, when they're making the moulds for the bridge, a cavity can be made for suspending a pipe at a later date. Why hasn't that been investigated?
Look, I don't know the details about bridge building. I wouldn't imagine I would imagine there are options around where the bridge pipe work might be, but I suspect it's probably cheaper to do it at the time of construction or near than to try and post-fit it after the fact.
Been involved with one, Andy, it absolutely can be done, and it should be looked into.
That'll be in the development of the bridge design. We'd ask for that to be included in the bridge design of incorporating it, so we do that. So councillors, in or out of the long-term plan, this budget item? In? Okay, Councillor Todd.
I believe it should be in. In the back of my mind, I thought we had discussed it, and we had basically agreed that the pipe would go across because it brought robustness to Tynwald for the future growth for Lakewood and Tynwald in general. So I always assumed that when the second bridge was built that we would put a pipe across.
Yeah, it was just slightly unclear, so to just come back and getting clarity. It is in, and just double checking that that's what we wanted, so which is great, good to do. Rob?
I think we should wait to make a decision on this today until we find out for absolute sure that the moulding can accommodate the pipe going through at a later date. Yes, if we need it at a later date, it absolutely can be suspended through and would be considerably less cost than what's been put up here.
We could do that at the next annual plan.
Yeah.
Because the project will be getting closer. Do we really need it then? And the bridge design will be getting closer. Hamish, you are.
Yes, I mean, given there is no year one impact, the decision can be made either way in terms of the immediate impact on ratepayers. And we would hope, of course, while year one continues, that the detailed bridge design will develop and we'll know exactly whether it can be clipped on and whether that budget is sufficient or not, and it can be amended. So either way, we can accommodate whatever council's will is, really.
Phil?
Through the chair, if I can just say that with our bridge designers and all the preliminary design that we've done up to now, there has been discussions about ducting and leaving spaces for not only water pipelines but for many other services. So it has been included in the design and it would naturally be done according to the bridge designers. So there is an allowance for ducting and the supply of or the installation of other utilities as well.
Phil?
Thank you. Sorry, brain's a bit fuzzy, but if this has been brought up already. Andy, so is the main concern about the current pipeline under the bridge just possible frailties of our bridge and damage to that pipeline?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere where you've got a single asset reliant on other infrastructure, it is a lifeline utility, so we have to make provision for what-if scenarios. So this pipeline on another bridge gives us another option.
Okay, because it's survived the slump, okay, so yeah, if something big enough's going to bowl it out of there, then it's possibly going to bowl it out of the new bridge. I'm thinking of AF8 anyway, so...
Yeah, when we had the slump, we had that pipeline shut down for a number of, or for a week or more, while they were working through the issues. So the other thing about the existing pipeline is that it's on the uphill side of the river. So when we start seeing lots of driftwood material coming down the river, I must admit I don't sleep too well those nights. So.
Carol?
I think it should be in. It does give us some resilience towards the flood and all the rest of it. So I absolutely think it should be included.
Rob?
Yeah, when you do the cavity when the bridge is made, some, if not one of the main beams is protecting the pipe now. Like Ashley, it's completely protected now. Yeah. So you need to look at Ashley Bridge, basically. It's a good example.
Thank you. So it's in. Good. So I think that's taken us to the end. There's nothing further, Philippa, or do we done all the motions we need to do? For this one? do we need one because it's already in?
It's already in. It would only be if you wanted it.
Yeah. Russell?
Thank you. When do we find out now our final rate increase for year one with the decisions that have been made today? Because it's varied a little bit from even that what we had as a scenario because we changed.
Yes, we'll need to take a little bit of time. Just how long we need, I'm not sure. Leanne, Erin or Tony?
Through the chair, we'll be able to let you know at the latest by Tuesday next week when audit are coming in the house to start the LTP auditing work. But I'd like to think we can get it for you sooner than that.
Thank you. There's not a lot of changes there, but there's a few little ones there. Well, not a huge number, I suppose, yeah. Thank you. So if that's all items of business covered off, I'll declare the meeting closed. Thank you for your participation and you have a well-deserved break until we get into it again. Thank you. Thank the staff, all involved.
You off?